will be very much interactive and fruitful. I am very much sure about that. And with your experience, it will be definitely flourish in a constructive way.
Oh, بسرعة. Well, you will tell me, doctor, if I pronounce the names wrong, please correct them for me.
Same here, because we have also set up a pronunciation practice in India. So I also even say sorry if I'll pronounce anybody's name with my folded hand. And once again, if all the presenter is here, to namaste everyone. Yes. It will take a time, Dr. Fida.
We can start with Juhi, and then we can proceed with the other who didn't show up, which in order not to lose time.
Dr. Fida, is it possible that I present in my turn?
Yes, sure, you can present. Oh, on your turn? Then we need to wait Dr. Saif and Dr.
Okay, we can wait. We can wait. We can wait, Dr. Fida, not an issue.
And I'm not being able to switch my camera on. Is it disabled from your end? Okay,
no, it's open. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Saif was with us yesterday, so I don't know why is he late.
Anyway, as Dr. Kumar said, we can start and then with the researchers available, Dr. Fida, and then
Juhi
he can join us.
Juhi just said that she don't want to start in another different slot. And the other two, I'm trying to search for them. They were with us yesterday.
Ayushi?
Yes.
Ayushi and Dr. Saif.
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Amani. Good morning, Dr. Fida.
Good morning, Dr. Ines.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Are you fine now after your after the conference?
Yes, trying to be fine.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, everyone.
It's not a conference, Dr. Fida. They were several conferences.
Yes,
yeah,
we are.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of Dr. Sami's too yesterday. I think this was a new one or two.
December, just December, the month of conference.
The conferences.
Yes.
We all left the whole year and we remember that December.
Yes.
Let's work out all the conferences.
You know, Dr. Fida, our annual conference has been for 7 years, the last Saturday of November. But this year, because of the exams, the midterm exams, I a little bit postponed it till the 4th and 5th of December. Oh. And then the rest of the conferences followed.
Yes. Yeah, the conference, Dr. Ines usually did it before December. This one was October last year, so
yes, we'd like to say goodbye to 2021.
Yes. In our way.
Yes. With a hell of recommendations, Dr. Ines, from each conference, from the health communication, from yours, the communication after the digital era, and so on. From each conference, we'll have some recommendations.
Yes. Until now, from the yesterday's session, Dr. Amal wrote 11 recommendations. I said, okay, what about today? We are going to go to 20 or 25.
Oh. Maybe. I'm glad that you have chosen me for the gender with different mediums, because this is one of the most important topics nowadays, the gender. And I was thinking of making a postgraduates about the gender, because it is very important nowadays.
Yes, and next December too. Maybe one of the recommendations not to hold any conferences in December.
Yes, this would be a very good recommendation.
Yes.
And you know, yesterday, Dr. Dina said we need to recommend to have team group researches instead of individual. Maybe this is going to make the conferences shorter next time.
يعني this is a very good recommendation يا دكتور فداء, although يعني for the people who want to get higher levels in the academic stuff, it is forbidden. You know, they give the people who share teamwork half the grade.
Yes,
So it's not.
It's not the best option.
Start.
Dr. Where is Dr. Ines? Sorry, still on the way?
Yes.
Okay, we can still wait because Dr. Saif didn't show up and Dr. Ayushi didn't show up. We only have Dr.
Maybe he has a technical problem with that.
He was yesterday with us, so you know how to enter, and Ayushi was the same. That's why when I sent them emails and they didn't show up.
Contact with him. Good morning, Dr. Ines.
Good morning, Dr. Amal. Okay.
Dr. Nawal, I'm glad to see you today too. Dr. Nawal was one of our presenters yesterday, and all the questions in our sessions was for her.
This means that she has done a very good research, because you know, when the research is a good one, يعني it calls for questions, more questions.
Yeah, it was really interesting topic.
Can you review the topics of the conference day, the second day?
The second day, sure. We are going to start with the session chaired by Dr. Amani Fahmi and moderated by Dr. Dilip Kumar. The first research is going to be about exposure of hurdles faced by women while participation in electoral process, a case study of District Barikut, presented by Mr. Saiful Islam. And the second one is going to be digital English news reporting of cyber crimes against women during COVID-19 pandemic. This is an analysis of the existing Indian laws. This is going to be by Dr. Guhi Patak, if I'm pronouncing correctly. And the third one is going to be about women in cinema.
It's Juhi.
Juhi? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The third one is going to be about women in cinema, analyzing portrayal of women in Bollywood cinema. This is going to be presented by Ayushi Goyal. I hope this is right. And the second session is going to start from 11. It's about ethical reporting, peace versus conflict, and it's going to be chaired by Professor Muhammad Hussein Ismail and moderated by Professor Arab Naz. And they have 6 researches because one of them was added yesterday on spot. The first is going to be about examining the media credibility and dependency in protest, a study among students, the case of Iraq. This is going to be presented by Dr. Haitham Nouman. And the second is going to be analyzing the impact of COVID-19 on Indian media military relationship with special reference to conflict reporting. This is going to be presented by Dr. Kriti Singh. And the third one is going to be about perception on government media relationship in Nigeria's growing democracy by Dr. Akim Adimula Aziz. And the fourth one is going to be about the digital divide and Kashmir discourse and analysis of its socio-economic and political implications by Dr. Irfan Hashim. And the fifth one is going to be about journalism and corporate communications by Dr. Felix Ali. And the last one, which was added yesterday, is going to talk about comparative analysis of the perception of teachers and students about TV coverage to military operation Zarab-e-Azb in Pakistan by Mr. Abdul Basit and Dr. Tanveer Hussain. Then we are going to be with our main panel in the Ijcon 2021, which is going to be about digital citizenship and new public sphere. And we will have 6 participants This panel is going to be chaired by Professor Hanea Farouk, and the 6 panelists are Professor Layla Abdelmegid, Professor Altaf Allah Khan, Professor Debashish Chakrabarti, Professor Rabab Abdurrahman Hashim, Dr. Abdussalam Firati, and Dr. Sana Salih. And we will be ending, I hope by 2:30, so we can say the recommendations and close the conference. That's all today's agenda.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The very rich conference
Yes.
from different countries.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ayushi, did you show up? Safe, did you show up?
We have here Dr. Marwa Mahmoud, Dr. Shireen Kedwani. Good morning.
Dr. Pasant Morad. Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning.
Dr. Pasan.
Good morning, Doctor.
Riti Sin.
Good luck.
Good
morning.
Thank you, Dr.
Amini.
Good morning, Dr. Amin.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Amani. Good luck.
Thank you.
Juhi, can we start with you? We don't have any other clues till now.
Fine. I'm ready.
Oh,
Yes.
which is great. Dr. Amini, Dr. Dilip, we can start.
Okay.
Till
Okay,
others.
we can
Okay,
start. At the beginning, I'd like to express my gratitude for Professor Ines Abu Yusuf for inviting me to such an important conference. Of course, Dr. Amal Sayed, the Vice Dean for the Student Affairs, and the conference Vice Dean, or are you the manager? Well, I know that Fida is the executive.
Conference executive. Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf is the conference president, and Dr. Amal is the conference vice president.
Your voice went away, yeah, Fida.
Okay, Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf is the conference president. Dr. Amal is the conference vice president. I'm the conference executive director.
Okay, يعني I'm right. I'm
Yes.
right. يعني good morning, Dr. Amal, the vice president of for this conference. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I enjoyed reading all the research, and I'm very glad to have all the attendees in this conference, the participants from different countries, and of course the moderator of this session, Professor Kumar. I am glad to have you with me, and we will hear to your comments on this research. We will start with Juhi. I'm saying it right now.
Yes, ma'am. Juhi.
Yes, Juhi. The research of Juhi is the digital English news reporting of cyber crimes against women, and I'm glad that all this session is about the gender within the different mediums, since it's part of the SDGs, or the most important goals of the sustainable goals, especially in Egypt, the 2030 goals. This is a very important topic, so I'm glad that we will have gender discussions, and I hope that men want to feel يعني envy us, because most of the topics are about women. Please start, Dr. Juhi.
Before we start, Dr. Amani, let me introduce.
And before you start your speech, Dr. Amal, Dr. Saif joined us finally. I just wanted to announce that Dr. Saif is here with us now.
Okay.
So you can.
Thank you, Dr. Amani, to accept our invitation and sharing with us in our conference. Let me say some words about Professor Amani Fahmi, my dear professor. We need more and more time to talk about Dr. Amani. But Dr. Amani Fahmi serves as a Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication since September 2019. Before joining MSA, Professor Dr. Amani was the head of the English section of the Faculty of Mass Communication, Cairo University, for 5 years. She also served as the supervisor of the radio and TV training production at the Faculty of Mass Communication, Cairo University for 8 years. Dr. Amani's research interests revolves around new trends in studying media, gender, health, communication, political communication, and the new interactive media development. Thank you, Dr. Amani, to accept our invitation, and we can start now.
Thank you, Dr. Amal. Dr. Juhi, would you please proceed with your abstract or your research?
Yes. Please allow me to present my PPT. Shall I, Dr. Fida?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sure.
Yes,
You
yes,
can.
yes.
Hello, Dr. Fida. I am sorry I'm late.
Hello, Dr. Saif. How are you doing? We are going to just switch the order because Dr. Jui came first.
Okay.
Okay, and then you are going to be the second presenter.
I will appear.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Pathak, you can start.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation today is digital English news reporting of cyber crimes against women during COVID-19 pandemic vis-a-vis an analysis of the existing Indian laws. I'll straight away go to my research objectives. There are two objectives that are taken to compare the digital English news reporting of cyber crimes against women during COVID-19 pandemic versus the actual rate of crime as reported by the National Commission for Women, NCW, in India. Number two, to analyze the existing Indian laws and present status with regards to cybercrime. The research questions were, again, two, whether the news reporting was representative of the actual crime rate in India, and do we have adequate legislative measures to contain cybercrimes in India? Introduction, there are four categories of cybercrimes. They are broadly categorized as against a person, against property, against government, and against society. In this paper, I would be restricting only against a person, that to females, women. Data analysis, the researcher has tried to analyze the data provided by two leading newspapers in India, the Times of India and the Hindu, and shed light on the in-depth analysis of the existing legal framework that prohibits cybercrimes, especially against women. So when the data was collected during the lockdown period, which started from March to May, and within that time frame, I had checked every day of the Times of India and the Hindu, and a total number of 37 cases of cybercrimes were reported in the Times of India, and a total number of 20 cases of cybercrimes were reported in the Hindu. So that's a word cloud that I had prepared of all the total number of reportage from Times of India, and this is from the Hindu, where cyber and cyber-related crimes were highest. So the representation of states, there were two variables that I had taken into consideration. Number one, where the places of occurrences of the cyber crimes, wherein Uttar Pradesh and Telangana were two states that topped the charts. This is a hierarchy. It's not probably visible, but this is representative of the states that I'm talking about here. Next is representation of women. If you can see, out of all the news reportage that happened against cyber crimes in India, and that too reported by two leading, and when I say leading, I'm talking about the number of readership and circulation of those two newspapers. There are only 5 cases where crime against women were reported. And when I contrast this number with the analysis of National Commission for Women, I find, and as highlighted, in March, there were altogether 1,300 plus cases. In March, we have April, we have 800 cases. In May, we have 1,500 cases. And out of which the reportage in 2 daily national newspapers were in that period from March to May was only 5 in number. So which is quite a contrast to the actual representation of cyber crimes against women as happening on ground in India. So graphically, the above data, that is this data, is graphically represented here. And we can see that the crime rate had spiked in June 2020 and had a similar spike in September 2019. And if we see the month-wise, this data is corroborating somewhat to the national representation of the digital news reportage in India, where Uttar Pradesh is the highest where cyber crimes have been registered. But this data, Uttar Pradesh, and when I contrast it with the representation of states with regards to the digital reporting in Times of India and Hindu, then the coded segments was only 13. But the actual crime in these states, as represented by the National Commission for Women, is quite high. It's 876. So again, here is a data which is not matching up to the digital news reporting of the leading newspapers in India. So breakup of the 2,443 complaints is right to live with dignity, protection of women against domestic violence, harassment of married women and dowry harassment, outraging the modesty of women, and out of all the, and so on and so forth, as you can see on my slide, and out of 2,000 plus, only 100, it's highlighted in bold here, point number 6, is with regards to cyber crime against women. So which is only 4% or closing to 5% of the total complaints being registered against women in India. This is a graphical representation. And the existing legal frameworks include the IT Act 2008. It was enforced in 2000. We had the IT Act 2000 and it was amended in 2008. We have the archaic Indian Penal Code. I'm so sorry, it's 1860. And the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act 1986 and Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act in 2012. Now, when I go through, or even outrightly, if we just look at the year of enforcement of all these laws, we can see that these are very recent laws with regards to cyber tackling of cyber crimes against individuals, against citizens, and again coming to the niche area of women or children. And so conclusions, we have very quickly, if I can summarize, we have taken the two objectives we met. The news reporting is not representative of the actual crime rate in India. And we do have adequate legislative measures now, but the will of implementation is something that remains a question. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pathak. Just I want to add one thing.
Yes, sir.
It might be possible there is a gap between the reporting and actual crime, cyber crime against women. I think there is a law for the Indian point of view, Indian Justice Penal Code, you can say. And if the matter is in sub judice, it might be possible they will not report. First,
correct, sir.
And second, you should also mention what are the causes on the basis of that they are not going to report such kind of crime. And it also possible if some news sense or news organizations sense haven't allowed to report these kind of reporting because of dignity of the women, it will be also possible. So you should also mention the causes of that all those gaps. And that's
correct,
it.
sir.
Otherwise, statistical point of view, if you want to take, definitely it will be wonderful paper, well researched paper. So congratulations to you. Thank you
so
very much. Now I'd like to call for the next presenter, Dr. Feda, who is the
Saif.
next presenter.
Saif.
Okay, Dr. Saif Khan.
Hi. Hello.
You want me to share, or are you going to share?
Yeah, you share. You want to share my presentation? Yeah.
Here is it.
Yes.
You can start.
Thank you. First of all, I want to welcome all of you. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. This is my topic. So I am not a doctor. I am. This was a misconception with Dr. Fena. I was clearly and I requested to her to write my name, Mr. Saiful Islam, but what misconception does the, you know, yes, I am going to my topic, exposure of hurdle faced by women while participation in electoral Pakistan electoral process. A case study of the Tehsil record this part. It's correct. I want to share you some things that what is going in democracy in what are going in Pakistan with women's and what the people have their what the people have their views in Pashtun culture and Pashtun society. Basically, I have read voting is the basic concept component of democracy. It does not exist without voting. Today majority of states democratic and some of developed and developing. The developing countries, we have voting process to create democratic or democracy in the states. Pakistan is amongst the developing countries in which people are less aware of democratic values. Female are victim of conservation and traditionalism. They are less empowered socially and political. In election, most of them did not or do not cast vote. Here, voting turnout is less than male, and this problem exists in most of the developing countries. You know that in Pakistan, the female voting ratio. I have added some ratio of mine mine research area in which I have done my research. So it was the 43.63 percentage of while male casting vote 56% of 56.37%. Male in recent election in recent election that was very far, but in 2010 election it was dead. The problem of low turnout in the provinces, but more in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Farmer Fata. The situation on the Malakand division, Swat, dear lower, it is the name of the district of Malakand and district in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The first district was Swat, Dir, Shangla, Buner district, etc. As same, the researcher limited the research to the Tehsil report only. I only limited my research to one Tehsil only, because I have faced many problems and many hurdles to interact with females, because I have my class fellows who give me some help to aware the people and aware the women's females only females to give them questionnaire or to fill their questionnaire. He is not one from you, because they didn't give contact number or contact email or contact things which you contact with them. They did not share. Basically in Pakistan. Background of the study, my study background is in modern state, a vast number.
I think there is some technical glitch over there with Mr. Islam.
I think there is a technical problem, yes.
Yes, we can't hear him.
I think he's not here. No, he left from the participants.
So can we take the next one? Whenever he will come, he will present from background study.
She didn't show up yet, and she didn't reply. So we will already skip her if she didn't show up.
Then we can comment that from the research that we have, women are still facing problems either in the digital English news reports or in the democratic or the electoral process, because they are still they are stereotyped in a special way, so that they shouldn't participate, they shouldn't have the rights to participate as men.
Yeah, it's very true, I think, but most of the now in recent developments, women's having such right to even actively participate in political activities. So in India, particularly in India, I have seen a lot to even take part in such a political activities and political exercise in a very active manner. Even I'm very much privileged right now. You all are doing wonderful in Egypt. So it's a kind of also active participation even in intellectual exercises as well as in political. So in Pakistan, if I am not wrong, when former President late Bhutto was there, the condition of the women were very much exciting. Even in recent days as well, I don't think so. Yes, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it might be possible to absorb the less participation, politically participation, but overall in Pakistan, I think good and active participation we can even absorb.
And in Egypt too, sir, still in some of the governorates we do have a good participation, and in others we do not have. And this is why it's part of the sustainable development goals that the country are asking for, and especially number 3, which is gender equality. Still, we're calling for gender equality in most of the governorates that do not give the women the chance to participate, or are facing some problems, either cyber or not cyber. Anyway, still we are, all the developing countries are facing the same problem, I think.
Yeah, very true. But this is the light, the social media kind of platform, the virtual kind of platform. This is the light of hope for the participation of the women, especially in different political even exercises within the parameter of the social restriction, you can say. And it is very much optimistic for all of us, and we pray to God that it will be continue, and the form will be different, and once day we are very much sure the day will come when there will be no differences. Being a media educators, we can only even pray to the God. Yes, if these things are possible in near future, the world will be very much even attractive for the entire universe. This is only hope.
Sorry.
Okay, not an issue. Mr. Islam, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Go ahead with your presentation. Just one request, Mr. Islam, if you can restrict yourself regarding your research objectives, findings, and conclusion, then we will be able to finish the entire session on time.
Okay, but I have a problem with my internet because it's a hilly area and there is
we can understand. We are facing same problem, Mr. Islam. Just go ahead without even taking much more time. Go ahead.
Here is starting rain today, so the net was very poor, and I am unable to
Okay, no problem, Mr. Islam. Go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever the problem you have, we can easily understand, and we all are with you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dilip Kumar sir. The significance of my study. So I write here research, but significance of my study in Tehsil Barikot. It is a area in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I think you have but overall Pakistan, the voting turnout is very high. But in our areas, in Pashtun's area, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, some areas there are now we face these. Hello. Yes,
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go
okay,
ahead.
okay, dear, I saw some problems. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption, but and the possible of these candidates can use their vote with biradari level, with religious and so they cannot allow their women to participate in electoral process because we have already we have no one who have their only the um,
Okay, well gotten, Mr. Islam. Go with your research objectives and conclusion, so that we can easily even try to understand if there will be continue problem with you. We can try to elaborate your entire research. Your research is wonderful. So go ahead with your conclusion.
Thank you for my for understanding my problem.
Mr. Islam, can you hear us? I think
the connections again.
Yeah, we can understand. Yeah, ma'am, we can understand because the Khyber Pakhtoon is in such an interior side of the Pakistan, and it might be possible, as per Mr. Islam says, there is heavy raining over there, I think. Mr. Islam, can you hear us?
No, he just left the participants list.
Okay,
again.
not an issue, not an issue. So it's a good even.
He's back. He's back.
Okay. Yes. Welcome.
Okay. So thank you for.
Mr. Khan, can you please proceed in 1 minute in order not to lose the meaning of the research? Mr. Islam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. And conclusion. So I want first tell you a conclusion that I have a very severe, very difficult problem, and I have such and nowadays, in the day I have the meeting with you people in the conference day. There's the net is very slow and connecting and reconnecting, connecting and reconnecting. So I am the where are you going? Hello.
Can you conclude, as Dr. Feda says, can you conclude your entire research in a minute with the conclusion?
Okay. I am coming to my conclusion. In Pakistan, people don't have a good experience in elections. Since independence 1947, the first 23 years were without election. As Dilip Kumar sir know that how was the first year of Pakistan in India. While from 1970 to 2013, the people experienced 4 phases of dictatorship. In Pakistan, they have a four-time dictatorship. First of the Yahya Khan and Ayub Khan and Ziaul Haq and another one. But the electoral system is going changes since 1947. Electoral system is now And now in Pakistan, the another electoral system is changed to digitalization. Here has come in digitalization. Now in Pakistan, here has come as digitalization in electoral system. Hence, the political system of Pakistan is still an experimental stage. Political behavior is central part of politics in Pakistani history. The political system favored a feudalist, industrialist, inherited politics, and illiterate, economically strong and corrupt people. You know that there is mindset is change on the strong people by their casting to cast vote. I will give you money and I will give you house, I will give you property, I will give you one thing and other thing, I will get you get to your marriage, and from this is based.
Okay, great. I think he faced another technical glitch from his
Dr.
side.
Dilip, can you just conclude from what you understood? That is better.
Yeah, I think he's just talking about the political participation of the women in Pakistan, especially in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. And he want to, I think, emphasize all those problems or all those even elements on the basis of that the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa women are not even today taking actively participation in the political political activities or exercises or political electoral processes. So yes, these are these are the particular reasons he just facing due to dictatorship and other even political will should required for particular that area. If the Pakistan government or Pakistani government will provide such a opportunity or such a rights for particular that area, in that sense, definitely it will be fruitful in near future. But we are very much hopeful the entire Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, because if I'm not wrong, the recent Prime Minister Mr. Imran Khan was also is also from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. He has great hold over there, and definitely he will think, and he had already even implemented a lot. If I have some inputs as a journalist, as a media educator, but very soon the entire problem will be even resolved by the Pakistani government, and the political participations will be very much even fruitful regarding the Pakistani democratic process. So these are the highlighted points from Mr. Islam research paper. Now over to you, Dr. May, if you want to comment something.
Hello, do you hear me?
Professor Kumar, could I add something, please?
Sure.
Here, the researcher found that the answer to the question that women face different hurdles and resistance in society of social and political and cultural nature. He mentioned also that most of the resistance comes from the male members of the family, the economic dependence of the females, the fear because of their gender, and the existing voting system. This means that the voting system in the country, in India, is still having problems with women. He says here that they're not registered, no registration with the ECP, less knowledge of women about their political rights. This means that the women needs awareness in most of these countries to have their to participate in the elections, in the voting with the voting system. Moreover, the discussion about the male and the female. How come that the male prevent the women? This is another topic which is away from the government and the NGOs in the country, or in India, or in Pakistan, all over it. So these two topics are a little bit needs to be highlighted.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
the
I'm very,
problem of the society.
yeah, exactly.
It's the problem of the family itself.
Yeah, very true. Exactly. And Saif Islam exactly having some points to whatever the Professor Chia said to you. If you haven't any kind of these kind of input, definitely whenever you will be published this paper, you should incorporate these inputs and then publish your paper. Thank you. Now next presenter, Dr. Fida, who will be the next presenter?
Dr. Ayushi, she is just entering now. She just sent a mail that
I want to thank to all of you to chair this conference because I have a net problem, a very severe net problem, and I am very thankful to you to appreciate me and have a place in this platform.
Thank you, Dr. Saif. We enjoyed your research, although you had a technical problem, yet we enjoyed it, and we felt that there are so many questions we can tell you about. We discussed it with Dr. Kumar, and I think it's obvious that it's a very good topic.
Okay,
thank you.
I will be extremely high.
We have lots of questions now till Ayushi just joins us.
Yeah, we can take a question in between.
Yeah, from Professor Kanjugi, if I'm pronouncing it correct. In my country, Kenya, we have enacted the 1/3 gender rule with a view to enhancing gender equity in the political and economic affairs of our nation. However, women are yet to take advantage of this provision. Moreover, majority of women do not vote for their colleagues, women, who stand for political...
last working day है छुट्टी तो पहला तो तुसी भेज दोगे मैं क्योंकि सैंक्शन भी लेनी पड़ेगी ना.
What's wrong?
ठीक है. Thank you so much.
Mr. Gandhi, if you can hear us, please mute yourself.
Gandhi.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Islam, go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Dr. Islam, can you hear us?
I must tell I must tell you that the variation of the places is very important to us, because here is in Nigeria and there is in Pakistan and there is in Nigeria, very different thing, because here are poor and basically here the religion Islam does not allow the women, the Islamic personalities, does not Islam, but Islam, the personalities that accepted Islam here.
Professor Kumar, do you agree that the Islamic system or the Islamic religious prohibits women's participation? I doubt that.
I don't think so.
Or maybe I didn't understand him.
Yeah, maybe I think so, but I don't think so. Islam will not allow to women even for the political participation.
Women in Islam gave women all the rights more than any other religion. I think so.
Exactly, exactly. It's a very much subjective, but yes, some of the hardcore practitioner, so-called practitioner of these kind of political exercises, they having such view, and that will be not grammatically correct. I hope so. And on the light of this, yes,
the confusion between the society laws and restrictions and the religious and the religious ideas that this is prohibited or prevented, or this is resisted from the Islamic religion, is the main concern. Yani, there is a confusion. I think Dr. Saif al-Islam is confused a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope he is listening to us, and he will correct the opinion about the Islam and all, if they have. I don't have idea what he actually want to say, but yes, now we have the next presenter,
Ayushi is
Dr.
here
Ayushi?
now, yes.
Dr. Ayushi?
Ayushi.
Yes, is Dr. Ayushi here?
Yes, she is.
Okay, Dr. Ayushi.
Ayushi, can you hear us? Can you please
We lost
unmute?
her?
No, she is with us.
I think, Dr. Kumar, we will need a recommendation from your side for this topic that Dr. Saif al-Islam discussed now. Some recommendations. How could we
Yes, I
encourage
want
women to participate
yeah, exactly.
in the elections?
I want to even, it's not a recommendation, you can say, it's a kind of suggestion, because recommendations will come out from your side, definitely. But yes, I can give you the suggestion. Mr. Islam, you should go through the literature, review properly whatever the literature available in your university. First, secondary, whatever the development is going on in the recent world regarding the Islam and Islamic scholars, you can take the help of that even. And after that, you just go through the political even political manifesto in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. One of my friend, the editor of Asa Jung, having a very good even research work regarding the women participation and political even exercises in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. You should even go for particular and go to the person. Even Asa Jung will have level on even in your country as well. If you want, then I'll give you the number. He is very good friend of mine. So you should careful about 2-3 aspects, because religion is involving in it. These kind of exercises will be very much even sensitive. So you should be very much careful. And second thing, just I want to mention, I want to even give you the suggestion, that is society. Yes, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa having a very rich culture in recent past. I don't have recent experience in these days, but yes, in recent past, they're having a very good exposure regarding the women participation socially. So you should go towards that culture as well. Then you will find what will be the exact the political scenario required for the women political participation or electoral process enhancement. It will be good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. You have enlightened so many things that we couldn't have with Dr. Saif because of the connections. Dr. Fida will, is Ayushi here?
Ayushi is here, but I don't know why she cannot open her mic. So we have other questions.
The topic is about women in cinema, analyzing portrayal of women in Bollywood cinema.
And I have her presentation. Topic. I have her presentation. She sent it. Okay, let's take another question. What do we need in order to provide ethical reporting on women, and how can new technology help in this direction? It's for Dr. Juhi.
Dr. Juhi, are you there?
Sir.
Yeah, Dr. Juhi.
Need in most countries to empower women to express their opinion. I'm sorry, which question is it?
What do we need in order to provide ethical reporting on women, and how can new technology help in this direction?
Yes, ethical reporting, and that too for various kinds of media that we have. I'm talking from Indian perspective only. So for the print media, we have the Press Council of India. And for the television, we have a self-regulatory board, that's the National Broadcasters Association. So, and for the internet, we have the IT Act, as I said, enacted in 2000 and amended in 2008. So for all the platforms, especially for and for the public mediums like All India Radio and Doordarshan, we have their own codes, code of conduct and code of programming. So every platform of news dissemination that we have our own set of rules and regulations and norms to keep the ethical balances in check. So that is what I can say from Indian perspective.
Yeah, Dr. Juhi, just I want to add one line. The entire world are facing such a problem for doing such a ethical reporting on a digital media. And one of the intellectual group called the World Media Literacy kind of exercise you have heard about.
Yes.
They are working on that for ethical reporting. They having such sense to be incorporate all those ethical parameter in the reporting. So whenever it will be capitalized and whenever it will be in a particular shape, maybe the entire media community will think about and give a single platform to do the real exercise, and it might be possible. The concrete outcomes will be possible in near future. But yes, it's a very sensitive as well as very important question for all of us, whether we have, not only for Indian is concerned, it's about for the entire world, whether we have some ethical parameters for the digital media kind of reporting. So we should very much worried about all those things. But you are rightly point out, India having a different parameters and code of conduct like Doordarshan, PIB, All India Radio. But yes, it's a very challenge. Only thing just I want to add, if we have planning to create a critical kind of thinking about the reporting, it will be help a lot to do the critical ethical reporting for a digital media. And we have already a platform, Google News Initiative are taking such kind of exercises, and GNI and Factshala kind of literacy program. They having such sense to create awareness about the ethical reporting on digital media, how to do the fact check. Now in India, we can absorb in the various news channels, viral such, something like that. So we should do such kind of exercises. Definitely, the thing will be better in near future.
Professor Kumar, could I ask you a question? Is it in India applied, all these rules that is written and that is published, are they really applied on the media, or just as we know, most of the countries, they put some laws and nothing is on action?
On a ground, of course, Professor, on a ground level, we are trying to apply, but this is a kind of social norms. We can't change all of a sudden. But yes, the exercise is going on. Very soon, we will be having such a parameter. Government of India also trying to create such kind of exercise. If the journalistic community will support to us, that kind of parameter will be very soon in the light, and that will be even very much fruitful for the entire world as well. So we actually entire discussion or entire points which I made here are not on a ground level, but yes, some actions are invisible in some particular section.
Dr. Fida, Ayushi did join us or not?
Yes, she joined us. Are you here, Ayushi? Ayushi. Oh my God. Okay, there is another question in the chat box to Dr. Juhi too, from Dr. Jatin. Do you think self-regulation works in the Indian media?
When it comes to self-regulation, Dr. Jatin, I would like to bring to your notice that self-regulation is only for Indian broadcast, that is television media. So this National Broadcasters Association, it's an amalgamation of 25 around major networks of television. And they have said that we are here together to self-regulate, and there is no external influence required to have a drone effect on us. So that's about it as of now, because whenever there is enough, in a recent example that I can cite is when a television channel, I would not like to name it on a public platform, went on had an experience which is not good, the Press Council of India issued a letter condemning issued a public statement condemning that news channel, which in India is a very big thing, because it's a regulatory body which is coming ahead and condemning a news channel on a issuing a public statement and saying that whatever you're doing, if it's falling within the ambit of self-regulation, then somewhere there is something which is going wrong. And that was brought to public notice by another association, which is the Press Council of India. And that's how it works. So it's a checks and balances kind of platform. And that's how I think Indian media regulates itself. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
very true, Juhi, Dr. Pathak. One thing just I want to add in particular that Ansha, and that is what actually Gandhi want to know from your side, whether this kind of ethical exercise is available in such a digital media platform. Of course, no, in India, but yes, there is some check and balance, as Dr. Pathak already even replied. But we can even develop. We can doing such exercises. Mr. Gandhi, you have already idea about all these things, and yes, these are the worried point about all of us. If the constructive progress is going on, if the constructive kind of exercises is going on, there will be no problem. But if some destructive problem, even in near future, or you have experienced, it should be over there. Thank you. Now, if IUC is there.
No, she is there and she is facing problems, but Dr. Hussein is here now, so we need to conclude this session.
Hello.
Okay, no problem. No
Hello,
problem.
Dr. Kumar, would you please conclude the session?
Madam, just I have done my part, so it's now your turn to give the recommendation.
No problem. Let me say that we enjoyed these two research, although we missed the research of Ayushi, which is Women and Cinema, analyzing portrayal of women in Bollywood cinema. And I agree with Dr. Ines Abdelhamid. She says that in most of our countries, we need to empower women to express their opinion, to vote, and to take further steps in all fields. I would like to tell her that in most of the countries now, women have been given a little bit of their rights. So we are asking for more and more. A friend of ours here, Professor Kanju, is saying that in Kenya they have enacted the 1/3 gender rule with a view of to enhancing gender equity in the political and economic affairs of our nation. And this says that we most of the countries are now on their way to doing it, although it's not as we wish, but yet we are taking further steps. The research of the Juhi, which is the digital English news reporting of cybercrimes against women, says that women are still facing some problems. As Dr. Saif al-Islam said, we are facing problems in the elections and in the with cybercrimes, yet there are some recommendations for solving these problems in a way or in another. Gender equity as one of the sustainable development goals in most of the developing countries is taking place. We hope that for more of women's rights in the coming years. I wish you all a happy new year 2022, and we hope that the pandemic that Dr. Juhi was discussing in her research would come to an end, and that we would meet all not virtually, face-to-face next time to discuss more important research. Thank you, Professor Ines Abu Yusuf, the Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication and the conference president. Thank you, Dr. Amal El-Sayed, the Vice Dean for Student Affairs and the Vice Dean, the Vice President of the conference.
For
sharing. Thank you, Dr. Ines, the Executive Officer. And I hope that we didn't take a lot of Dr. Hussam's next session.
Dr. Ines, just want to say a few words.
Okay.
She just joined us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Kumar, for your comments.
I just wanted to welcome you all, and I wanted to thank you for your chairing and for the moderator and the presenters, because I was stuck in this traffic, and I just arrived to the university right now. So
Thank you,
that
ma'am.
point,
Thank you,
thank you
ma'am.
very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Ines.
thank
Well, I
you.
know that the weather
I would like
is
to
not
thank the entire
fun today.
organizers and especially Dr. Fida. She take a lot of pain even for doing entire this exercise. And thank you once again for the organizing team, chair, and the entire participants for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, even in a virtual mode as well. We are very much in a particular point. We are living in such a global village, and we are interacting to each other in such a crisis situation. It is a very good opportunity for all of us. Thank you once again.
Hello,
And
sir.
namaste to all of you.
I have a question for you. You didn't share a contact number of junk editor with me.
Thank you, Dr. Saif. Thank you very much, Dr. Fida. You've done a very good job, and you are the most energetic staff in this conference. But thank you very much for giving us all this opportunity. Thank you, Professor Kumar, and we hope to meet soon in another discussion, which is full of energy and information for the new and happy new year again for everyone. Thank you all.
Happy New Year, Doctor. Thank you all for being here and being with us in every conference. Thank you. And let's now go to the coming session chaired by Professor Muhammad.
I have one request to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saif. Thank you. Let's start.
Dr. Fida, I have a request to you. Please write my name from
it's already edited. Don't worry, it's already edited. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next session, which is entitled Ethical Reporting, Peace versus Conflict, chaired by Professor Muhammad Hussein Ismail and moderated by Professor Arab Naz. I don't think Professor Arab Naz is with us now, so Dr. Muhammad is going to be chairing alone till he shows up. And Dr. Amal, it's your floor to introduce Professor Hussein. Dr. Amal, please unmute first.
Good morning, Dr. Hussein.
Good morning, Dr. Amal.
Thank you for your coming. Dr. Hussein Muhammad Ismail is Professor of Journalism at Faculty of Mass Communication, Cairo University, Egypt. He has a special interest in international communication, media, and the culture studies and media semantic. Dr. Muhammad Ismail has several books and researches rotated around semantic and culture in Arab and global media. Dr. Ismail has obtained his doctorate degree in a channel system scholarship between Indiana University of Pennsylvania and Cairo University. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for coming and sharing us in our conference, and we can start now.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Amal, for this introduction. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this session of this special occasion at Ahram Canadian University, the second international conference titled The Impact of Contemporary Changes on the International Journalism between the First and Developing Worlds. This is our fifth session of the conference, and the session title is Ethical Reporting, Peace versus Conflict. My name is Muhammad Hussein Ismail. I'm Media and Culture Studies Professor at Faculty of Mass Communication, Cairo University, and I will be serving to you as chairman and the moderator also, if Dr. Naz did not show up. Now because we have a kind of time constraints, we have 5 presenters. Now we move to our first presenter, Dr. Haitham Nouman, the assistant professor at Gulf University in Bahrain, to introduce us theoretical and methodological highlights of his study titled Examining Media Credibility and Dependency in Protest, a field study of Iraqi students. We ask Dr. Haytham for a presentation not to exceed 15 minutes, and thanks in advance. Please.
Dr. Haytham didn't show up yet. Dr. Kriti is here. Can we start with her?
Okay, yes. Okay, so we move right now to our presenter, Dr. Kriti Singh, the assistant professor at Sharda University, India, who will be speaking to us on analyzing the impact of COVID-19 on Indian media and military relationship with the special reference to conflict reporting. Also ask Dr. Singh not to exceed 15 minutes. Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon from India right now. Can I share my screen?
Yep.
Yes, sure.
Sure.
Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes.
Okay. My presentation topic today is analyzing the impact of COVID-19 on Indian media-military relationship with special reference to conflict reporting. I'm Dr. Kriti Singh from Sharda University, India. Before I start, I want to tell my august audience here that it is a working paper, and what I'm going to present to you is not a complete findings, but it's a qualitative research. So this is not the complete paper, so it's a working paper. Termed as one of the crisis of the world and the biggest challenge of the world by the government of India, COVID-19 pandemic has extensively disruptive, unpredictable, and have made transformation in human lives. The crisis of COVID-19 has impacted all sections of world population. Talking in Indian context, the challenge has been multifold because not only we are struggling from the COVID-19 pandemic, but as well as internal and external issues. I'm just putting my slide in a presenter's mode. Just a moment, please. Okay, there is an issue with my slide here. I will just take 1 minute, please. Okay. Now, coming to the aim of this working paper, the aim of this working paper is to analyze the Indian media-military relationship with special reference to the conflict reporting in pandemic. The objective was to analyze this impact. These were the research questions: that how did COVID-19 pandemic impact the Indian conflict reporting during COVID? What were the challenges faced by Indian conflict reporters? What were the opportunities presented to them? And how this particular pandemic impacted Indian media-military relationship? And what were the challenges which Indian media-military relationship together faced? The research methodology is qualitative in nature. It is exploratory in nature. It is based on grounded theory method as advocated by Corbin and Strauss. The sample design is non-probability, and the research study used purposive sampling in it. The data collection was done in this way. Primary data has been collected based off in-depth interviews, observation methods, field notes, memo writing. Secondary data is based on research paper, government documents, newspapers, and books, and tertiary data by bibliography, abstracts, encyclopedia, and dictionaries. The data analysis and interpretation is being done by grounded theory method. The data after collection is being coded. Theoretical sampling is being done. Constant comparative method is used. And presently, the data is yet to reach the theoretical saturation. This is the overall data which I'm presenting, which I've been able to gather, which is around 6 hours of in-depth interviews by 4 of my respondents who were conflict reporters. This is the graphical representation of data. Respondent 1A, just to give you a feel that what were the most frequently used words when from this primary data. This is respondent 2B. In order to, I've already taken the informed consent of my respondents, but because I have not put their names, I've not given them any identity except telling you that this is coming from the Indian Defense Reporters. Respondent 3C. And respondent 4D. Moving forward, this was the complete representation of the graphical representation of the words. Now I will take you to the major themes identified by the data. I also again want to say this, that it is an ongoing research. So I'm going to present before you the major themes identified in the first 4 in-depth interviews. Respondent 1A, the major themes which I was able to identify was starting with the COVID-19 Wuhan, Indian from China, Indian military and paramilitary efforts to tackle COVID-19, the first-hand experience of a journalist in pandemic, and how COVID protocol was adopted by media persons. There was also data coming from the border skirmishes in Indian-China border, journalist duties towards a countryman, use of technology in COVID-19, journalists keeping their safety behind for the call of duty, Indian Army channel continue to give information even during pandemic, and the challenges faced by the conflict reporting. The themes identified in respondent 2B was, again, it was the starting of the COVID-19, uncertainty in the minds of journalists, media houses reports to continue to report, usage of technology, struggle for news content, loss in advertisement revenue, financial implications of journalists like job loss, social media abuse like misinformation, fake news, challenges in media-military relationship, new normals, and adjusting to the new normal. This is respondent 3C, the themes which I've identified. COVID protocol adopted by media persons, journalist first-hand experience in dealing with pandemic. Again, there was border skirmishes at Indo-China border, responses of first and second wave in COVID-19, evolution in media-military relationship, usage of technology during COVID-19, impact of COVID-19 on media houses, innovative way of content generation, impact of technology on journalists and journalism. This is the themes identified from respondent 4D, new experience with pandemic, situation which provided both challenge and opportunities to them, peace at international border and LOC, COVID protocol adopted by media persons, freedom to media to cover stories, but COVID protocol to be followed, use of technology, impact of COVID-19 on workforce and journalists' own well-being, adjusting to new normal, and first of its kind drone attack in the conflict zone. Indian Army channel continues to give information during pandemic, impact of lockdown on reporting and financial implications. Now, this is the preliminary finding, and now I'm going to map my research question with the data. Now, my first research question was, how did the COVID-19 pandemic impact the Indian conflict reporting during COVID-19 pandemic? Now, now I've mapped with the responses. The first response of pandemic included concern, panic, and uncertainty. It was a first-hand experience for the journalists to work in pandemic. News content generation to the dissemination of the news was impacted. Media persons' work was impacted. Media house got impacted financially. There was decrease in the consumption of print news product, increase in digital consumption of news product. Lockdown impacted the movement of media persons to an extent, and communication technology and digital technologies were extensively used. Mapping my second question. What were the challenges faced by Indian conflict reporters while reporting during COVID-19? The pandemic in itself was a major challenge. Emotional, physical, financial challenges, challenges of reports in midst of uncertainty, one's own personal safety, challenges of even running the normal day-to-day activities, challenges to cope up with the new normal, job loss, loss of near and dear ones, movement restrictions due to lockdown. Adopting oneself to the technology was another challenge, and the unable to meet their sources, as sources were hesitant to talk on phones, especially related to COVID-19, especially related to the security, was one of another challenges. Coming to my third question, what were the opportunities presented here? One thing I noticed in my interview, that extensive usage of communication technology took place. The journalists came to use digital media, social media, and messengers. They became innovative that how they can connect with each other during the lockdown. They also extensively used open sources data, Google Earth, getting location satellites images, an innovative way to create data. And most importantly, they somehow was able to work in a skeleton team, small set of teams. And even and there was one incident where they told that even when they were suffering from COVID, even during that time, they continued the reporting. Question 4 was, how did the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the Indian media-military relationship? The media-military relationship continued, and one of the key reasons emerged till now is that Indian Armed Forces' robust system of information dissemination continued to give information to the journalists. The Indian journalists, on one hand, despite knowing the danger of the virus, carried out their duties. This one question, which was a probing question, which asked my defense journalists, what made you to report knowing that there is a deadly virus outside? And they told me, all four of them, that the only motivation that they had and their decision was to ensure that the public should receive the information. One of the person who I interviewed, who lost near and dear ones, very near and dear ones, actually, and himself was suffering from COVID, made this decision that now it's a time for my fellow citizen to know the information, and I will go out and report. It was a pure motivation towards the duty that the journalists carried out their jobs. What were the challenges faced by the Indian news media military? The pandemic itself a challenge to meet sources, challenge of decreasing workforce, challenge of lockdown, and of course, the uncertainty and the pandemic itself. The limitation of the study. It's a qualitative research design, therefore it carries the limitation associated to qualitative research design. And non-random purpose sampling, semi-structured interview methods, they are with their own set of limitations. It is a time-consuming process. And one thing that I want to say, because it's a qualitative research, the data generated and the findings cannot be generalized or extended to a wider population. The conclusion. The journalist rise to the situation to ensure information flow continues. The conflict reporters' role extended not only to give news on conflict, but also to carry those news stories. I would request to kindly mute somebody's mic is on. There's a disturbance here. The conflict reporter role extended not only to give news on conflict, but also to carry those news stories where Indian armed forces and paramilitary were providing relief to the citizen to fight COVID-19. On one hand, where Indian armed forces and paramilitary were engaging itself in relief mission, the conflict reporters were trying to fill information gap and also worked as an instrument to reach masses. The pandemic brought challenges to the conflict reporter at emotional, physical, mental, and financial levels. Nevertheless, they carried their duties to ensure that news reaches to the masses. These are my references. Thank you so much for your time. Jai Hind.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kreti, for this interesting, addressing us this interesting topic. And I appreciate your work. I am myself a qualitative researcher, so I'm familiar that this is a kind of time-consuming, trying to incorporate the ground theory model to our work as media researchers. So I cherish actually the ethnographic and the qualitative research, especially this kind of one, who was very interacted with our recent pandemic. Actually, I would like to ask you about some other dimension that you might come up with in this kind of research, just like how credible is the media amid this kind of pandemic thing. Did you come across anything that would insinuate the influence, either positive or negative, regarding media credibility? Also, I have witnessed that you have mentioned the fake news. How grave is the phenomenon, especially in this kind of pandemic? Please.
Sure, sir. I will take your last question first. Fake news, yes, because that not only it came from the primary data, but also my observation as a researcher, and I'm simultaneously working on 2 projects on fake news. So even during in context of India, there was a lot of fake news which was going related to the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of misleading news, especially for the vaccinations and all. So yes, fake news is a problem, and I think it's a problem which I, in my understanding, is going to be a reason of cooperation between all the nations, because we all have to tackle fake news at one or the other level. Second, I would request you if you can, repeat your media credibility question. I missed it.
Yeah. Did you come across anything that would insinuate that the credibility of the media have been influenced negatively, for example?
So during COVID-19, credibility of media, Sir, in my understanding, because I was not analyzing the media reports, but I was observing it as a background study. And the people whom I interacted with were the defense reporters who are there in the field because purely due to their past of being a credible reporters. Because the moment we talk about conflict and defense, the credibility of reporter increases many folds because we are dealing with something which is related to the security. And when we talk in Indian context, if you go wrong, you will directly get booked under OSA Act, which is Official Secret Act. So with regards to my data and my reporters whom I interviewed and the credibility, I think their credibility is unquestionable and impeccable. But on whole, if the question is about the media credibility during the reportage of COVID-19 reports, in my understanding, what was my observation while I was looking at the media reports coming on television, that they were trying very hard, despite all the challenges which all the media houses were facing, decrease in workforce, and not only the impact of the pandemic emotionally, financially, physically, but also the after impact of COVID-19. I know a journalist of mine who was a primary data who reported when he was recovering from COVID-19, and he told me, ma'am, it is very difficult for me now to walk stairs. So, and what I, although as a qualitative researcher, we try to, when we are getting overwhelmed, we try to do reflexivity. I came out of my data and I was thinking that what was the motivation? I mean, you have lost somebody very near and dear to you, and still you're going. And I think that talks quantum about the spirit of journalism that they were carrying.
So what is specific about this relationship between media and military compared with regular journalists and the media practitioners?
A very interesting question, sir. My previous thesis is on media-military relationship only. So I've covered 20 years of Indian media-military relationship. One of the turning point for us in Indian context is after one low-intensity level conflict, which we call Kargil War. After that, there was a committee set up which have written chapters on how Indian media-military relationship has to build. My last research, which I've done, which covered 20 years of this relationship, indicate that this relationship is evolving. And it's not only that the journalist who needs that news, it is that the Indian military is also making a substantial effort to ensure that they are able to provide the journalist the kind of news he is looking for. So, but when we talk about the differentiation, it is completely based on the beat with which a journalist is taking. For example, it's a defense beat which a journalist is taking. So, of course, his expertise, his experience will be diverse from a person who is reporting from a different beat, say lifestyle. So yes, there is a difference, like lifestyle. So yes, there is a difference. And what I noticed in last 20, when I was doing this research of last 20 years of a data in my previous research, that there was an evolution the way Indian military, the Indian armed forces are referring to media. What started as media management, please, my importance, I want your attention on this word. What started with media management became media interaction, and from media interaction to media engagement now. So the Indian Armed Forces is also evolving. And that what my research says, the last research is also based on grounded theory, that what the research predicts that the next level will be the media collaboration, episodic media military collaboration, especially keeping in mind the information warfare and the fake news. When these two organizations will come together to fight this pandemic of misinformation, as I would like to put it here.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Your rich research actually would also keep us asking about other dimension of media work, just like conflict of interest. Did you witness any kind of type of conflict of interest? Also, because some of our papers in this session will be addressing also this kind of relationship between government and the corporate communication. Did you witness also a kind of spin doctor phenomenon trying to enhance a kind of situation? And I don't know if you understand me right in this.
Yes, I got it.
Public relation personnel from the military, and they have a good relationship with the media practitioners, so they make them visible and their voice heard, kind like this.
So if we talk about conflict of interest, I was amazed to see that both the institution agree to disagree with each other at certain points.
Yeah, wonderful.
And I've seen my journalist in the previous study that they were so bold enough to go and walk to a 3-star general and ask him a question looking eye to eye that, sir, this is where I think that this operation is going wrong. Now, okay. And the beauty of the country is that the general not only understood the question and responded.
Yes.
So yes, what I have experienced till now, whether I'm taking interviews of a 3-star general or whether I'm taking an interview of a defense correspondent or a defense spokesperson for Government of India, they agree that they are principally different organizations. Mm-hmm. And their principal objectives are different. But what makes them one is the citizen. Mm. For the journalist, it is my duty to ensure that the right information and reportage is going to the Indian citizens. Yes, mm-hmm. And for the Indian armed forces, if it is related to the security of an Indian citizen and an information needs to be withheld, they will do that. So I think both of them are doing the job based on the objective of the institutions. And whenever, especially during the conflict, the way they interact and the way they try to verify, especially I've seen very close quarterly that how military is, verifying the information before putting anything in media. Mm-hmm. But only they are concerned about the quality of the reportage at that time, but also to ensure that the Indian citizens are not getting panicked. Mm. Because if there is a drone attack, if there is, like we have seen Mumbai attacks, we have seen, some of the worst blasts, worst terrorist attacks. And there I have seen that how even the journalist, even during the war, the journalist said, we saw this problem happening. We took this self-decision, self-regulation, that this is not the right time to pull the armed forces. Let this thing go, let be over. And there are journalists who have written book criticizing also. Mm-hmm. And that is the beauty of being in a democratic country, where one pillar can question the other pillar without getting...
Because we are going to raise, this is very important point, Doctor, because we are going to raise the same relationship, maybe in other domains, but in populist regimes, in some of our coming presentation. Right. I would like actually right now to welcome our distinguished moderator, Prof. Arab Naz, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science at University of Malakand in Pakistan. Prof. Naz actually has an outstanding record of scientific publishing. He has a special interest in areas of social theory, social policy, qualitative social research, and this is also good for Dr. Creati. One of his recent wonderful studies was about the impact of women's economic dependency on women's political participation in Pashtun society. So welcome, Doctor, and if you want to raise some question regarding this kind of paper.
Hello, Doctor. Thank you so much. So nice of you.
Yeah, thank you.
This was really a very good presentation done by Dr. Kitty. And this was a qualitative research. So being a qualitative research, I would like to suggest that the ethical consideration must be taken into consideration, because once you are disposing such kind of information on media, so you should take the ethics in front, that your participant must not be harmed at any case. If that is a democratic country, if that is not a democratic country, but the issue of qualitative researcher is to safeguard the participant to the utmost. If they are harmed, so the data would not be acceptable to the community of the scholars. And this was really a good presentation, an excellent research, and she must continue like this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Arab. I don't know if Dr. Haytham Nauman has shown up or not. Okay, before moving to the coming researcher, I would open the discussion for the attendees. If anybody has a kind of question, he want to ask Dr. Kriti Singh.
I would like to comment on that ethics issue. And
Yeah,
thank you so much for bringing it here. And most of my research papers, my research studies have a dedicated portion on research ethics. The informed consent of all my participants has been taken. And the journalists who are involved in conflict reporting are themselves renowned authors. Their books are being published and accepted. So I haven't came across any single journalist, even while giving in-depth interview, who told me that if I'm going to give you any data, I will have any kind of repercussions. Rather, these people have written op-eds and editorials being very vocal about their liking, the points which they agree to and points which they disagree to, whether it's the Indian government or whether it's any functionary related to government of India. So this have been my experience in terms of the data collection, and I'm open for any questions further on this.
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Sumiti Kumari, do you have any question? Okay, Dr. Fida.
We can proceed with Dr. Akim. He is here.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for addressing this important issue. Now we move to Dr. Akim Ademola Aziz, the Assistant Professor in Mass Communication at Fountain University, Oshogobo, Nigeria, to introduce to us his presentation about perception on government-media relationship in Nigeria's growing democracy. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor. I am highly delighted to be here this morning. I feel seriously honored to be invited to this very august gathering of scholars, holding in December anyway. I will be speaking on perception on government-media relationship in Nigeria's growing democracy. Nigeria, a country in West Africa, well, I guess everybody knows about that. It is believed, it is a taking that press freedom is the desire of every country in this world. I don't know if Dr. Fida can help me share my slides from our things.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I was saying that press freedom is the desire of every country of the world. The citizens believe that press freedom is the in thing. That is what can actually grow democracy in any part of the world. And that is what every other country, including Nigeria, has been appreciating over time. But then we have had a series of crises between the government and the media. I mean, from time to time, we've experienced a lot of crises between them. The Nigerian experience of press freedom violation dates back to the colonial days. That is as far back as 1903, when the first law that restricts the excesses of the media was enacted. That was during the colonial era. And then this is not much different from what obtains in some other parts of the world or in many parts of the world. This must have been what prompted the United Nations to come up with the World Press Freedom Day that is celebrated every May 3rd, every year. And then Sambe and Ikongi described press freedom as saying that it focuses its attention on the unrestrained liberty to write or publish information for the consumption of the public. That is their definition of press freedom. These limitations to press freedom is something that is desirable. Can we go to the 5th slide, please? The 4th slide.
Just a second.
Slide number 4.
Number 4, okay, I'm going to share it again. This one, the introduction?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Limitation to press freedom has been agreed to be something that is in the interest of the society, because when you leave the press to be totally free without any restraints, they could go overboard. They could misbehave in court now. That is why there should be certain limitations to press freedom. Nigeria actually prides itself as one of the countries in the world that operates a free press, one of the freest press in the world, although many limitations are noticeable, even in Nigeria. The relationship between the media and the government in Nigeria is actually described as a cat and mouse relationship, according to Okoye. Yeah. Now, the statement problem. Previous governments in Nigeria have had varying levels of interactions with the press. The present administration of President Muhammadu Buhari has taken some actions actually to make sure that there is an amorous relationship between the government and the media. That is why the government did something by promulgating the Freedom of Information Act. It has actually become a law in Nigeria. It affords the media men to have access to any government information, irrespective of wherever it may be. So that is supposed to be a plus for the administration before the pressmen. But what do we have? The pressmen, the government are still having some kind of rancor between them. There is the need to know how friendly then the present administration is with the Nigerian media in general terms. That is the crux of the matter in this research. And this research will be working towards the following research question. I must, however, state clearly before I proceed that this is actually a work in progress. The research has not been completed yet. I am in the process of collecting my data. So the following research questions and by extension, the objectives will be used to drive the research. The first one is, what is the kind of relationship that exists between the Buhari administration and the Nigerian press? The second one, what are the ways the Buhari administration has been seen to encourage freedom of the press in Nigeria? And then the third one, what are the specific actions of the Buhari administration that have been discouraging freedom of press in Nigeria? Literature review, we need to point out that the Nigerian press experienced the worst kind of treatment under the military regimes. We've had military government in Nigeria from 1966 to 1979, and then from 1983 to 1999. These two periods in the history of the country can be regarded as the dark days of journalism in Nigeria. A lot of things happened to Nigerian journalists. Some of them went missing without any trace. A lot of things have actually happened to them that are better imagined than experienced by practicing journalists today. So that was during the military era. The civilian era of the country from 1960 to 66, and then from 79 to 83, and then from 1999 to date. Well, maybe they are not as bad as the experience under the military, but what was experienced by certain journalists are still nothing to write home about. Not just the journalists, the media houses were also not spared of the wrath of this government from time to time. So invariably, during the two systems of government we've experienced in Nigeria, the journalists have always had it rough. That is what has been established in literature. And then most of the studies that were done in this area that I have come across focused on the methods and actions used by government to curtail press freedom. And then there have been other studies that have examined the importance of press freedom, and then those that have tried to look at the state of press freedom, and then those that have tried to see what the relationship is between the government and the press over time. The method for this study is, please pardon me, it's actually supposed to be a qualitative study that has adopted the survey method, not quantitative as we have it here. It's a typographical error on my part from what I sent to Dr. Fida. So it's a qualitative study, and the survey method has been used. Specifically, I will be conducting interviews, and the population will be pressmen in major newspapers in Nigeria. And this will be drawn from among the editors, the reporters, and others that are found in the media houses of the country, the selected country. So 5 of them will be chosen from 4 selected media houses, 5 of them from each of the 4 selected media houses. That will give us 20 respondents in all. And the technique for selecting them for the media houses, I will be using purposive sampling. Purposive to select the most widely read and most widely circulated newspapers in Nigeria. The papers with the largest coverage, and then the largest audience. And then for selection of my actual samples, I will be using available sampling technique. That is, the media personalities who are available to be interviewed will be the one to be sampled. And then the instrument will be telephone interview for each and every one of them. And then the method of data analysis will be according to the themes generated from the responses of the interviewees from time to time. Expected outcome. The outcome from this study is expected to, among other things, to establish clearly the perception of the members of the Nigerian media on the present civilian administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, actually, for this interesting topic. Also, one of my domains of interest. I'm a qualitative researcher, as I mentioned before myself, and I appreciate your kind of work. I'm familiar with the difficulties of this kind of research. One of the my semiotic studies was analyzing political cartoons, and I came across a kind of political cartoons about Nigeria. It was showing that a kind of new act has been issued, maybe period of Nigeria's history. And it was showing that whistleblowing and investigative journalism in Nigeria is under menace, a kind of dangerous thing.
That's very correct.
As if the government in that time has released a kind of ferocious lion in a kind of Roman-like editorium to devour the whistleblowing process and the investigative journalism in Nigeria. I cannot forget this kind of innovative figure regarding the Nigerian. So I would, before moving to Dr. Nez to comment on your study, I would ask you a kind of just one question I have prepared. The influence of, did you find any kind of populist feature And did you find in the Nigerian media nowadays any kind of this sentence that would shape the relationship with populist regime, talk about the interconnected symbiotic relationship between government and media? Thank you very much, Dr. Aki.
I did not quite get the questions.
Did you find any populist feature of the contemporary political regime in Nigeria, especially in their treatment of media?
Very much, sir. Currently, as we speak, the Nigerian media is a very partisan media. As we speak currently, very, very partisan. It is very obvious in the way they carry out their reportage. It is almost certain that you could see the way they portray certain political gladiators and the way they portray others, that there is a kind of tilt favorably towards certain politicians while they are unfavorable towards some others on political divides. And one can actually say that the Nigerian media is a ready tool in the hands of our politicians. One of the major problems that this administration has been commented to have is that it has refused to spend as much as previous administrations used to spend on the Nigerian media, the press, the State House press corps. They do not give them as much money in quotes as the previous administrations used to give them. Yeah. And although this has not been documented in any literature,
I see your point.
That is the feeler around. In fact, it is very hard to come across the several government strides to develop this country in the major media houses in Nigeria. You can hardly hear about such.
I'm sorry for interruption, but I would direct you to.
I was saying that it is somewhat. Yeah, I was saying that it is somewhat difficult to come across stories that talks about what this government is doing to better the lives of Nigerians. It is as if such things are not happening. Meanwhile, that is not the truth. If ever they report such, they will take it from the angle of negativity, in my point of view anyway, to the extent that the majority of the Nigerian people are not very much favorably disposed towards this government. Not because the government is not doing what they expect, but because they are not getting information from the media as to what the government is doing to help ameliorate the problems experienced by Nigerians. So it's a very common feature. The Nigerian media, I can say, is political to a large extent.
Excuse me, what is the evaluation of the international bodies that monitoring the freedom of press in the world, just like Freedom House, Committee for Protecting Journalists, Reporters Without Borders? What is those?
Can you come again, please, sir?
Yeah, what is the evaluation of those kind of international bodies regarding the freedom in Nigerian press?
Yes. Yeah. Well, let me cite an example now. The international bodies, international media, international organizations, they have not really helped in this matter. One begins to feel perhaps there is a gang up against this administration, because when stories are reported, they are usually one-sided. So it's somewhat difficult to get a balanced reportage from the Nigerian media, from the international media, and then from the interventions by some international organizations from time to time.
All right. So I would let the chance to Dr. Naz, please, Dr. Naz.
Hello, Hakeem. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Really, you have a very good study, and in future we would see some good results to identify government media relationship in Nigeria.
Okay.
This is what a qualitative study is, and you have planned a very good methodology. However, I would suggest that adding research questions, your study missing the concrete objectives of the study and a rationale where the gap is and how that gap would be filled. And further, in the methodological section, you also can add, being a qualitative researcher, you add that the respondent would be selected and how the consent of the respondent would be obtained. And further, if you just add the ethical consideration or any committee which approve the interview guide or interview schedule for interview, then it would be appropriate in future that you would be able to propose or promote a research which is bias-free and there is no biasness at all. So this is very much important, and these are my suggestions. And in future, because your study is not yet conducted, so you can aid at least.
Very much, sir. I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Aziz, for addressing this stimulating subject. Now we move to Dr. Arfan Hashim, the Assistant Professor at University of Kashmir, India, to introduce to us his presentation about digital divide and the Kashmir discourse, an analysis of its socio-economic and political implication, and we asking Dr. Arfan for a presentation not to exceed 15 minutes also.
Dr. Irfan sent us his presentation, a video presentation, so we are going to present it because he is on, he's abroad now.
Yep,
I'm
okay.
just going to present the video. Just a second. Is it visible and audible now?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to congratulate conference team at Ahram Canadian University for its second annual international conference. To begin with, I would like to apologize for not being able in a condition to present online via Skype or live through any other platform. So I, as a researcher, prefer to have a pre-recorded video in order to have access to the conference. The topic which I am going to discuss is Digital Divide and Kashmir Discourse, and analysis of its socio-economic and political implications. Why I have chosen this topic for the study? Because it's something which troubles me, which is day-to-day activity here in Kashmir. Let's understand media and conflict relation. Media is considered as a window to the outside world. It's the means by which we gain information and relate to the world around us. Apart from covering politics and social economic developments, media also reports on conflict, be it political, social, economic, or else. Media activity immensely increases whenever there is conflict in any part of the world, extends beyond information to the level of generating discourse. Hence, questions or criticize playing the role of watchdog and being the gatekeeper in the society. The situation gets further active with the advent and use of new age media technologies such as WhatsApp, internet platforms to prove its significant impact in forming opinions responsibly or irresponsibly. Jammu and Kashmir has been the center of national and international attention since 1947, when the British gave up their centuries-old control over the Asian subcontinent and simultaneously divided the region into India and Pakistan. What's the significance of studying this topic? Kashmir discourse is a multidimensional one, sustained by the political class on both sides of line of control, which is played out at the different level of politics, society, ideology, history, and religion. There are various narratives around this division. On one side, Kashmiris believe it's an unconditional and they should be given a chance for the self-determination. On the other side, Pakistan considered it as their juvenile vein on the basis of religion identity and considered it as an unfinished agenda. And India considered it as their integral part and believes accession is a final solution of Kashmir. There have been various authors from time to time who have focused on this 7-decade-long political conflict and has worked and researched upon this discourse. There has been 4 wars between India and Pakistan, which have resulted into more hostile relations between the 2 nuclear countries. There has been 3 major eras of this Kashmir discourse. One from early 1980s to 2000 when the armed struggle was on its peak. Then there is an era from 2002 to 2007 when various peace initiatives, elections and return of democracy took place in Kashmir. Then there is an era from 2008 to 2016 where the new form of uprisings took place in Kashmir, which is also known by the Kashmir Intifada. Let's understand the Kashmir discourse and the digital space. The internet has come to the valley in 2005, I guess, if I remember correctly, and it has its impact on this discourse because the mass agitations which redefined the Kashmir conflict turned into popular uprisings in 2008. It was followed by the similar attempts in 2009, 2010 and 2016. The causative factors of these landmark news events were both social and political in nature. Hence, with each uprising, a new narrative, fresh mode of mass demonstrations and new slogans were created because people for the first time since 1990s rallied in masses on the streets of Kashmir, and with the advent of digital technologies, media users are now becoming the content generators and distributors as well, hence making the situation more complex. Coming to the methodological part, hence there has been various kinds of communication disruptions in Kashmir, but for this study, the researcher has focused on the internet disruptions. So let's try to understand internet disruptions, how it is a new conflict narrative. On one side, with the internet digital revolution, free speech, expression, association and assembly has become much easier and also given to the platform for self-expression. Internet or new media has changed the very approach through which media covers and presents a particular issue. But there are negative as well as positive implications of this digital divide, as it has been seen a lot of regulation and gatekeeping have been taken place in a conflict zone like Kashmir to take cognizance of not spreading fake news and rumors in a society. In the construction of conflict, internet blockade is nowadays a new tool to restrict the information building and sharing, to take control of the communication network and block or intercept the audience activity. And as according to the UNESCO report of 2018, people in South Asian countries experience at least 97 instances of internet shutdown between May 2017 and April 2018. And what is interesting to note here is India alone accounting for 82 such cases, with Kashmir Valley experiencing nearly half of these cases. Let's come down to the scenario of internet shutdowns in India. On your screen right now are the various reports which has been come from Stanford University, Internet World Status 2016, the Shutdown Tracker Project in 2017 and various others, which has given the researcher an idea to understand how internet is important and how the internet disruptions has been come in place in India and its impact on the audiences. Further, in most of these situations, the justification given for internet was to maintain law and order, to control communication or online content, or slowing down the access to the general public. On your screen right now is a graph which shows the number of network shutdowns across India in 2016 and 17. It is here pertinent to mention that if we notice it keenly, Jammu and Kashmir tops the list, both in 2016 and 2017. Let's come down to the Kashmir prism. We can say that in these internet shutdowns are now the virtual shutdowns. Every year, security authorities in Kashmir block mobile communications and mobile internet on the occasions of like Independence Day, Republic Day as a precautionary measure. If we try to understand the figures of these shutdowns in Kashmir, for example, in 2012 there were 3 instances of internet shutdown, but if we come to the 2007, 133 instances of internet shutdown. The data for this record has been collected from the various reports and newspapers which has written on these discourse. Further, it is very important to mention here, in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Kashmir as compared to Jammu, whenever there is any situation where the government feels it is some kind of tricky, they usually put the internet blockade. For example, in 2008, there was an Amarnath land row issue. In 2010, there was a Muscle fake encounter. In 2016, there was a killing of a local militant rebel. Even in 2015, there was a beef ban in the state. So we can understand if the issues were different, but the common thing was the internet was blockade. And this internet blockade or these communication disruptions are ranging from different perspectives. Like first, the network speed of the mobile phones has been come down from 5G, 4G to 2G. Then at some instance there has been occasion where the mobile communication has totally gone off, and mobile internet is an usual trend now. Longest internet shutdown in Kashmir was observed in 2016, while mobile internet services on postpaid numbers were restored after 130 days, and mobile internet services for prepaid users were resumed after 200 days. The scope of these restrictions has a significant disproportionate impact on the fundamental rights of everyone in Kashmir. Policies adopted by the government for shutting down the internet is often unclear and complex. And if we try to analyze its impact on the economy of Kashmir or the state as a whole, according to a report which was published in a local Greater Kashmir in April 2018, Kashmir economy has lost around 4,000 crore in 6 years of during the internet shutdowns. As alone during 2016 to 2017, Kashmir has suffered a loss of around 1,800 crore as the government cut off internet services at least 34 times. Further, in event of these shutdowns, which are mostly sudden and dramatic, affects areas ranging from economic impact, business to e-commerce, jobs to communication, education to health, access to emergency services, thereby affecting every section of the society. And once we are here in this conference discussing the access theme, so one can understand how the basic access facilities, which is the usage of an internet, has been blockaded in the Kashmir. So it can be argued that in this digital technology where internet and mobile communications connect people together, but the value of Kashmir was put in Stone Age. Apart from internet disruption, this researcher finds it very interesting for the public domain to put forward some facts which are recently here in public discourse. We have been deprived to have access on the highways on 2 days in a week. The government has come out with the regulation that to facilitate the movement of security persons and for the smooth functioning of Lok Sabha elections, this move has come in place. And if someone has to travel on the highway, he has to bring a pass from the district magistrate of the concerned districts. Somewhere it is a communication disruption, and it is related to this theme access. How if we have a highway ban, how people can have access to the different areas within a district or within the state? Because Jammu Srinagar National Highway is the only platform from where people of Kashmir can move to the different parts of the country. The third thing which is important to mention here is media gag. Recently ban on the advertisement to Greater Kashmir and Kashmir Reader on the February 2019. These are the two local English dailies of the Kashmir. The ban is in continuation with the onslaught that Kashmiri media has been facing since 1989. On your screen right now is the demographic profile of the respondents. So let's come down to the findings from the perspectives of audience negotiations. First one is expression of political views using internet. From the figures we can say that now in this digital sphere there is an active use of social media to form opinions, as 56% of the respondents use social media to express their political opinions and share information, create diverse polls and statements. Second question which was put forward to the respondents was citizen rights and internet activity. 74% of the respondents believe that the government should have the minimal control over the internet, as it has come to the fore that authorities block internet at any time, at any place, or any issue. There should be a proper guideline when it comes to the disruptions, because it is simply justified in the name of security. And further, the respondents, the audiences believe that if social media is a problem, they should ban social media for instances. But why they block whole internet? Patterns of negotiations. So one interesting question was, once there is an internet blockade, how you are negotiating your activity? Must look for alternate medias of information. Television, print media are the most preferred. One more interesting, very interesting findings of this paper was rumors and fake news, because it's the two different concepts which has been evolved in Kashmir since the internet disruptions has increased. Let's come down to the last two findings of this study. Digital advent in Kashmir discourse and internet usage, whether it generate discussions and discourses on Kashmir conflict. 67% of the respondents agrees at this belief there has been the cross-sectional usage of this internet. And finally, let's come down to the closing statements of this paper. I once again congratulate Ahram Canadian University for its second annual international conference. Greetings from Kashmir and have a great day ahead.
Dr. or Professor Arab Naz, do you have any comment concerning this kind of presentation?
Dr. Hossein, Irfan work is very much a discourse like that is being based on the data collected from various sources, and that talks about the socio-economic and political deprivation of the Kashmiris and the lockdown and the internet disruption that has been continuously there. I would like to suggest that Irfan must have a guiding theory that should guide the research process for future publication. I would suggest that he should either aid the power and governance, the power and authority model, or the conflict perspective that should analyze the things properly. And further, the objectives, the methodology must be linked with that perspective to produce results which are appropriate in nature. So this is my just a general suggestion for future. And he has done excellently the work, and the findings are very much accurate and that are linked with his data collection process. So with these remarks, I congratulate him, and that's a great work.
Thank you for your important remarks. And because of time pressure, now we move to Dr. Felix Ali from National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDRA, in Nigeria also, to introduce to us his presentation about journalism and corporate communications. Please, Dr. Felix.
Dr. Felix, he is here with us. Yes.
Oh, yes, he's talking, but we cannot hear him.
Dr. Felix, please unmute if you are hearing us.
Okay. Good morning to you all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Nice being with you. And I want to appreciate Professor Feder for inviting me again to make this presentation at this unique, occasion. The focus of my presentation is journalism and corporate communications and Nigeria as case study.
Do you want me to share, or you are going to share?
No, I want you to share. You can share at your end. So the table of contents, I'll be looking at corporate communication, then talk about economic journalism, the concept or relationship between journalism and corporate communication, journalism and corporate image, journalism and corporate reputation, the responsibilities of journalists and corporate communication in a constantly evolving environment, Nigeria as a case study. And then I also talk about ethical issues in journalism and corporate communications. Then I come to conclusion. I will start by saying that the history of corporate communication dates back to the early 1930s during the Industrial Revolution. In this early period, the need for companies to manage their growth and keep contact with the society was of great concern to every organization. The various organizations of the early years took much of their time to communicate to customers in terms of product promotion, sales promotion, and publicity. The Industrial Revolution led to a series of industries and a rise in competition among the companies, and harsh economic factors also led to the rethinking of their new communication strategies. That's according to Sterling. However, the continued need for development in various countries led to a rise on the need for effective management of organizational activities. The activities that needed proper management included the marketing activities and the employee management activities. From the above explanations, we can concur that the purpose of corporate communication in an organization is to enhance coherence, credibility, and ethics through the communication of the mission, vision, and values of the organization to stakeholders. Therefore, the corporate communications department in an organization is also held liable for maintaining the image of the organization. Other duties include profiling the company, executing communication activities about decisions made by the management with the employees, and also coordinate with both national and local business firms. Now talking about economic journalism. The history of economic journalism in Africa is dated back to the early 1970s and 1980s. The economic journalism activities began when the World Bank sponsored economic programs failed. The World Bank withdrew these economic sponsorship programs in Africa, and the situation led to a rise in economic crisis in the continent. The initial attention to the economic progress debate all started with the debate whether the actions taken by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were appropriate. The debate also focused on evaluating the alternatives proposed by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, with the continued debate on the economies of the countries. The desire for democratic change took center control across Africa and in the Northern Europe. The economic competition was spearheaded with the continued coverage of the media on the same. Currently, economic journalism is controlled and recognized in those countries in Africa that have experienced a higher economic growth. For instance, in South Africa, the majority of the economic journalists are in the private firms. These firms own the printing firms, such as the Financial Mail Weekly magazine, a private company that has served the South Africans for a long time. The trend of reporting on economic matters has been there in the media industry for a long period. Up to date news mostly focus on the economy. However, not directly every news article is attributed to the economy from different perspectives that may not be recognized by the leaders. Then talking about the concept and relationship of journalism and corporate communication, there are various ways and forms that journalism has been defined. It has been described as a process of gathering, accessing, creating, and presenting news and information. According to the Cambridge Dictionaries Online, journalism is the work of collecting, writing, and publishing news and stories and articles in newspapers and magazines, or broadcasting them on the radio and television. But in line with the objectives of this paper, journalism could be defined as the means of transferring information from the source of the information about the larger population to indefinitely needs the information to contribute to their development. The integration of journalism and the corporate communication is a marketing strategy used in the developed and stable organizations. The corporate body requires a way to ensure that its products or services are well known to the larger population and the mandates or the objectives set by the company at a given time. For the organization with branches far and wide, the communication strategy efficient for everyone is through journalism. Reporting in such contexts involves the use of newspapers, magazines, journals, articles, or in other circumstances requires the use of electronic media. Most of the countries have undergone through the development, including Nigeria. For this reason, the use of the internet and the online journalism and communication has developed accordingly. The use of social media and corporate websites has contributed to the growth in communication from one end to the other significantly. For any organization in the world, journalism and the efficient communication help the organization to uncover the hidden knowledge within the organization and to the people outside the organization. Corporate journalism in Nigeria has been significantly affected by the social media, where numerous communications is relayed through various social media sites. Journalism helps the management to gather information from the organization itself, the competitors, the potential customers, and the investors who may establish interest with the institution. Then journalism and corporate image. The corporate image or identity depends on the manner in which a company presents itself in the information given and to the public. The world is often changing and adapting to the higher rates of technological advancement and innovation, including Nigeria. In the earlier days, a corporation was usually recognized through its logo, trademark, or maybe its color. In the modern day, the information provided by the media informs people about an organization and provide enough information to comprehend the magnitude, mandates, and more about such organization or institution. The publicity of an organization depends on the ability to use its corporate communications and corporate journalism in its favor. Journalism and corporate reputation. Corporate reputation involves the expectations and perceptions among the stakeholders concerning a related organization. Good reputation leads to good returns for the company, and in a way, it is a form of marketing or investing strategy. The world involves a rapidly evolving environment for business and also for international relations at the national levels and the private sector generally. The evolving situation calls for the organization in Nigeria and the entire world to consider building a strong reputation in the way they handle things around the organization business. A corporate reputation may be seen by some as insignificant, but the benefit that tags along it takes the team to higher height. One of the advantages is the customer preference, even when other companies' services or products are available. Most Nigeria's companies do business with the country or in the regional trading organization for the Eastern Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. In the larger scope, which includes international countries, Nigeria has potential in making a significant growth and open up opportunities for the government and the private sector. In addition, building a good reputation in an organization often has been costly, and most organizations do not count on it in their annual budget, especially in a developing nation such as Nigeria.
Can we sum up, please, Dr. Felix?
Okay,
Because
yeah.
we are really running out of time. We are sorry.
Okay. Going to the conclusion of my paper, because of time, I will say reporting and publication of information to the public should be presented in a quantitative way. The quality standard depends on the language used, clarity, and the brevity. The language used ought to be the often widely used and formal in every manner. For example, standard English. The standard English helps most of the population to comprehend the information provided and help them understand and react appropriately if necessary. Additionally, the information provided should be clear and straight to the point to communicate efficiently. The depth of the news gathered and reported influences the satisfaction of the audience, stakeholders, potential customers, and the competitors in the global scene. Nigeria is among the developing economies in the world, and the development issues come first, including innovation and scientific and technological interventions. Organizations such as Wando, Dangote, First Bank PLC, Nigerian breweries, among others, contribute to the economy of the country. The economy now has grown, and prospects are in place to have the Nigerian companies incorporated in the global market. Hence, corporate organizations in Nigeria need to improve, will continue to improve their corporate communications and journalism to enhance their expansion in the global business environment. Corporate communication in general opens up issues affecting the organization and use the information for planning and management purposes. In conclusion, journalism and corporate communications help create enduring platform for agencies and organizations to be heard as well as appearing in the international scene, thus opening opportunity for potential customers and investors. Additionally, corporate communication and journalism have been used to achieve meaningful results, particularly to enhance the corporate image and reputation, which are essential for the Nigerian organizations at this point in time, whether domestic or international. I thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Felix, for your important topic. And before moving to Prof. Naz for his remarks, I would just ask you a kind of question. According to your abstract, you have mentioned that the press can be described as agents of mobilization of the society, as well as active participant in steering the community development. And you also mentioned that they are the voice of the voiceless. A matter of this kind of complicated relationship between journalism and the corporate communication. So from your experience with the Nigerian press, did you notice that the Nigerian newspapers are really the voice of the voiceless in front of corporate communication? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. From my background, I've been a journalist. I practiced journalism. I rose to the level of an editor. I later became chief press secretary, to a democratically elected governor in Nigeria. Currently, I am a head in media and corporate communications of the Nigerian Space Agency. So I can tell you that I have experience, both in journalism and also from the corporate communication. So yeah, I will agree with you that yes, the Nigerian press, they are the voice of the voiceless, and they continue to play their part. But like the previous speaker, one of my colleague from Nigeria said that some members of press, seem to have been hijacked. And when you experience that, there's always a kind of distortion. And the previous administration in Nigeria believe in what you call propaganda, and they're spending money, to propaganda, to engage in propaganda. And right now that the money is not forthcoming because of the belief of the current leadership of Nigeria on the issue of corruption, there's a kind of a reduction in that trend. So you see the press looking elsewhere, not playing that role as expected. But I can tell you that we still have, a good number of journalists, a good number of media organizations, that has continued to respect what we call the ethical issues, and they will never deviate from anything that could take them on the track. So as a result of that, I would say, yeah, so the press in Nigeria has consistently been playing their role as the voice of the voiceless in the society.
So yeah, I will let you, Professor Naz, to complete the remarks, because I'm wondering, is this a kind of empirical study or just a theoretical one? But I would, you would answer later after the Professor Naz remarks. Please, Professor.
Okay, Muhammad, I was also wondering about this, that I think that Dr. Felix has conducted a review-based study. Is this right?
Come again, I can't hear you very well.
Is this a review-based paper?
Yeah. Exactly.
Definitely, if you are reviewing something, so there should be also a chronological order in the submission of data in the form of a paper. So this should be, there should be a clear-cut introduction or background, then your rationale of this study, then your methodological procedure, either it is content analysis, either this is library approach, either this is discourse kind of analysis. Then your data analysis in the form of various headings or themes, then you would draw certain conclusion and findings, and then few recommendations as well. So then it would be a good research paper, which is guided by a kind of theory as well. So this is my technical suggestions, if you agree. So it would enhance your paper to much more for publication.
Okay, I will surely do that. Thank you very much. I will work on that and for the review.
Yes,
Dr. Mohammed, no comments.
I would also leave a kind of one more question for Dr. Aziz. If you want to talk to Dr. Aziz, because he cannot specifically agree more with Dr. Felix about the state of media in Nigeria. So you are totally agree, Doctor?
I totally agree with him. It's a very beautiful submission of the media situation in Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thanks. Also, I want to ask Dr. Fida about a kind of message she has sent me. Is there a kind of another paper, Dr. Fida?
Yes, Mr. Abdul Basit and Dr. Tanveer Hussain, they are going to talk about the comparative analysis of the perception of teachers and students about TV coverage to military operation Zarab-e-Azab in Pakistan. Abdul Basit is with us now. So if you can hear us.
Please, Mr. Abdul Basit, you can have the presentation.
Oh. Not sure.
Mr. Abdul Basit, do you hear us?
Abdul Basit, you just sent me a message a second ago.
Oh, okay. So am I correct? He's not mentioned in the
no, he just he was added yesterday. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
He joined the conference and he said,
should we inquire about the Dr. Tanveer Hussain?
No, Mr. Abdul Basit is the one going to present. Dr. Tanveer, no, not going.
I think he is no more there.
Okay.
Okay, so
if anyone have any other questions, they can ask till he shows up. Just I'm going to
of course, we are 5 minutes after the time of the session. So finally, we come to the end of the session.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Sir,
Kriti Singh is asking.
Yes. It's a question. I would have been very glad if Dr. Irfan would have been present here, so we could have more deliberation on the presentation which he have given. I just have two questions for him. First, for the benefit of the academia, it would have been good if he could have shared the research methodology more clearly and how the sample size was collected and the questionnaire which was shared. And second, it will be also very good because he is right there in the base that if he can explore the problems that why the highways are closed and why these highways are being continuously targeted, not only for the local population, but also for the vehicular movements of the armed forces. That will be a very good study. I compliment him for his video quality coming from University of Kashmir. The video quality
I do agree with you. And we wish he's present actually to answer this kind of questions.
Yes, I just want to add one more comment I really admire the video quality which was coming from University of Kashmir, which contradicts that it is going back to Stone Age. And I would also like to share with the audience here that University of Kashmir, from where he belongs to, is 247-acre University of Kashmir, ranked 48 as per Indian National Institutional Ranking Framework, which adopts a methodology to give a rank. And also you will be very glad to know that the university from which he belongs is 56th rank on BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, wonderful. China, and South Africa. So it is this is the actual data.
This is the challenge and response actually. This Absolutely. Is the model of Kashmir is the challenge and response.
Yes, and research should be balanced. That's how I would like to conclude. Thank you so much, Chair. It was excellent.
Thanks.
In your presentation.
Finally, guys, we come to the end of the session. We'd like to say thanks to our.
I want to thank you, Professor Muhammad, please.
Okay, doctor.
This is a little bit late welcome, but unfortunately I was stuck in the traffic today because of the fog. So we had to stop and they didn't want us to go because of the fog. And then when I came to the university, I wanted to welcome you at the beginning of the session, and then I lost the internet in the elevator. So at that point, I didn't have any chance to welcome you and thank you all for all your fruitful, informative presentation. And
you are a blessing. Dr. Abdul Basit entered when you took the mic and decided to talk.
So we have a chance to listen to the presentation of Dr. Abdul Basit as well. Though, okay, so we are the lucky ones, though. Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Ines. Yeah, please, Mr. Abdul Basit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Can you listen me, please?
Yep.
Okay, okay. Sure. I want to share my presentation.
Open, you can.
Please. Can you please have
It's
see my
already
presentation?
open. No, it's not here yet.
Yes.
Can he share it here himself?
Yeah, he asked for this, yes. So, yes.
It's taking problem.
If you want, just send it by email and I'm going to share it.
Okay, I will send it, please.
Okay.
Have you received?
Not yet. No. Where did you send it? Okay, here is it. I'm opening it. I received and I'm opening. Sharing now. It is. Here is it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Abdul Basit from University of Management and Technology, Lahore, Pakistan. And I really appreciate the organization and the university that organized that particular international conference for media. And I really thanks to excellencies, academicians, and guests that are here, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Today, my topic is comparative analysis of the perception of teachers and students about TV coverage to military operations Zarb-e-Azab in Pakistan. Next one, please. On the introductory level, this study aims to analyze the audience perception about military operation Zarb-e-Azab fashioned by media in Pakistan. This study shows how private TV news channels coverage portrayed the ground battle to reduce the fear of audience. According to the viewer's perception, the Pakistani private TV news channels coverage provided confidence to the people, boosted the morale of Pakistan army, gave sense of national integration, and tried to portray true picture of the ground battle. In this regard, the 300 respondents, particularly 150 male and 150 female from the university, were selected by using stratified and convenience sampling techniques. Thus, the viewers perceive that this operation eradicate the menace of Hydra-headed monster of the terrorism in Pakistan. The next one.
Can we skip the introduction and just go to the most important point, objectives, for example?
Okay, thank you. Sure. We focus to explore, particularly in this research provide an insight to what extent TV news channels coverage provided confidence to the people and boosted the morale of Pakistan Army, and to assess that to what extent different television channels are satisfying information needs of public regarding coverage to the Operation Zarb-e Azab. To evaluate that to what extent the coverage of Operation Zarb-e Azab is performing its vital role to bridge the civil-military relations in Pakistan. Next one. And this study was a survey design, quantitative survey analysis that has been used, and the questionnaires were filled out from the respondents, and the population of this study was the teacher and students of the university, and the 300 sample from the different departments by using stratified sampling were selected, and data were analyzed by the using of SPSS software. And in the last part, as I have mentioned here, and some slides that in my presentation that are missing here in your presentation that I have shared with you, sorry. Some facts I want to share with you. The most of the respondents were focused to view the one of the leading news channel, which is Geo News, and respectively they were focused to watch ARY news coverage about Operation Zarb-e Azab during that particular period in which that operation was launched in North Waziristan and KPK, particularly that is the province of Pakistan. And the female teachers were focused to view to watch particularly the Geo News and ARY, and the students prefer to watch ARY news as it was declared as a most credible news channel in Pakistan. The different studies have been conducted and reference can be put for this particular fact. And the conclusion part, the findings shows that private TV news channels coverage tried its best to portray true picture, true representation of the ground battle. According to the viewers' perception of Pakistani private news channels coverage to Operation Zarb-e Azab gave confidence to the people and boosted the morale of Pak Army. Bridge a gap between civil military setups, gave sense of national integration, and tried to portray a true picture of the story. Last but not least, here in the view of viewers perceive that this operation eradicate the menace of hydra-headed monster of the terrorism in Pakistan. Keeping the past in mind, this can be argued that the future conflicts and wars of Pakistan cannot be fought without the equal participation of the media industry. Due to its geographical location, Pakistan has always been in conflict with its neighbor countries, and the provision of the awareness to public sphere is as important as to tackle the conflict. And thanks to all of you for listening that presentation that I have presented with you people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdel Basit. Before leaving the talk to Dr. Arab, I would ask you about the other party in this kind of conflict, the party that was fighting with the Pakistani army, because maybe some of us weren't familiar with this kind of conflict. So please, which opponent was the Pakistani army fighting?
Interestingly, sorry, I can answer it.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. As you know, after 9/11 attacks, there were many militant groups in not only in Pakistan, but also from Afghanistan and the different countries that you can see.
Yes.
That's why.
Is this a terrorist group?
Terrorist groups.
Yeah. Affiliated with ISIS, affiliated with Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda, definitely, and
yeah.
many other groups that were declared to eradicate them, and Pakistan was the part of that war on terror. So that's why this operation was declared and announced by the military and with the collaboration of the government of Pakistan with the help of the media.
So yeah, please, Dr. Arab Naz.
Okay, Basit, tell me that you have conducted the research in Sargodha, which is the province of Punjab.
Yes.
But Zarb Azab has been initiated in KP, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. So how your data would be justifying the results regarding the Zarb Azab and the Punjab province? Because these are two different areas.
Thank you very much, and this is very interesting question. Because this operation was launched nationally, and the effectives were the whole Pakistani community, because there were terrorist attacks in the whole Pakistan at that time. Suicide attacks were happening in all provinces of the Pakistan. As you know, APS attack, as you know, Mehran base attack, as you know, the many other attacks that have been happened here in Pakistan in different institutions, not only in educational institutions, but also the other institutions. So that's why the main concern was how the people are thinking about that operation and how they are perceiving about this operation and how the military is going to eradicate this curse of terrorism in Pakistan. So that's why we focus to explain and explore this issue, how the media is portraying that particular operation and how this picture is built.
Okay, my second question is, you are collecting data with two different kind of sampling technique. One is qualitative sampling, that is convenient, and the second is stratified, which is the quantitative approach. How can you justify the results of qualitative sampling with quantitative sampling and without any statistical analysis?
Sorry, both sampling techniques were adopted for quantitative analysis and stratified for the division of the sample in different stratas, and convenience was adopted for the selection of that particular portion that have been divided in university, and the available sample were selected on the basis of convenience, and the parameter that have been defined on the basis of the strata that has been drawn for the division of the sample.
Any statistical analysis for comparison, for regression correlation, for any hypothetical testing that justify your data?
Yes, I have done it, and add my presentation, which I want to
just
share
tell us, just tell me.
Okay. The percentage method was used, and the descriptive analysis has been done here in my study, and by picking the highest percentage, the ratio, and the number of the audiences, frequency-based analysis was done.
Okay, I got it. That yes. you have used percentage method.
Okay.
So if you just add some correlation technique or some hypothesis testing, so then it would be a good publication.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you have a further question, Dr. Naz?
No, I have no further question. These were my suggestions, and he can improve like this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Finally, guys, we come to the end of the session. I would like to say thanks to our moderator, Professor Naz, and our wonderful presenters for interesting discussion. I would also want to thank Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf, Dr. Amal Sayed, and Dr. Fida for their allowing us for being with them for the second year.
Thank you for accepting, for you accepting to be with us.
Thanks, Dr. Ines.
It's always a pleasure, addition, and we are very grateful for you, for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your words. I wish those discussions were beneficial for everyone. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your attention. Dr. Fida, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presenting. Thank you, Dr. Arab. Thank you very much. And now we are going to go to our last panel. And thank God the delay is going to be solved because we have two keynote persons who apologized. One of them, we are just going to read their paper, but we are waiting for Professor Layla Abdelmajid to join us. Dr. Sana, you are here, right? Let me give her a call.
Dr. Layla is here.
Yeah, Dr. Layla is here.
صباح الخير يا دكتورة، ازي حضرتك؟
Dr. Layla is here, okay. Dr. Hannah is here, I think.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
Dr. Hannah, the chair is here.
ازيك يا دكتورة، وحشتيني، كل سنة وانت طيبة.
Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much بجد. Many thanks Dr. Ines بجد. I'm very happy.
والله ده احنا يعني يعني احنا دايما معتمدين على الله وعليكم، يعني انتوا برضو الايقونات بتاعتنا يعني.
ميرسي يا دكتور، ميرسي.
سواء حضرتك او دكتورة.
صباح الخير يا دكتورة ايناس. صباح الخير يا دكتورة هناء.
صباح الفل يا
صباح الخير يا دكتورة فداء.
ازيك حضرتك؟
صباح الفل يا دكتورة.
ليلى ازي حضرتك، عاملة ايه؟
ازيك يا دكتور حسام، ازي صحتك؟
اهلا وسهلا، اهلا وسهلا، سعيد بالتواجد معاكم.
للجلسة اللي فاتت.
ربنا يخليك يا دكتورة.
موفق دايما.
دكتور ليلى ازي حضرتك، عاملة ايه؟ حضرتك منورانا.
ازيك يا دكتورة فداء؟ منورة يا حبيبتي.
حضرتك يعني دايما بتمتعينا بعلمك.
الحمد لله. تعيشي يا حبيبتي، ربنا يخليكي. ميرسي يا ام فداء، كتر خيرك.
كده دكتور رباب.
احنا هنبتدي ولا ايه؟
ان شاء الله.
we are waiting، بس احنا مستنيين بس دكتور سناء صليحة. مش عارفة دكتور
صباح الخير يا دكتور ليلى.
صباح النور، ازيك يا حبيبتي؟
نورتينا يا حبيبتي. صباح الفل يا
دكتورة امل. صباح الخير يا حبيبتي، ازيك؟ الحمد لله.
صباح الخير. صباح الخير دكتور ايناس، دكتوره امل،
صباح
دكتوره ليلى. صباح الخير اساتذتنا.
صباح الخير دكتوره رباب، ازيك يا حبيبتي، عامله ايه؟
ازي حضرتك يا دكتور ايناس؟ شرف ليا وجودي مع حضراتكم يعني.
لا يا حبيبتي، ازيك ده انت منورانا دايما يا حبيبتي.
ربنا يخلي حضرتك يا دكتور ايناس. دكتوره ليلى طبعا استاذتنا العزيزه.
ربنا يخليكي يا دكتوره رباب.
ربنا يخليك يا دكتوره امل الزميله العزيزه، ودكتوره فداء، وكل الاساتذه.
دكتور رباب ازي حضرتك؟
الحمد لله بخير، الحمد لله.
يعني المره الجايه نشوف بعض بقى فيس تو فيس.
الله باذن الله، يا ريت ان شاء الله. شرف ليا والله ان شاء الله.
فاضل لنا حد يا فداء؟
دكتور سناء النور عندها قطع، فبتحاول تدخل من الموبايل. دايما في تكنولوجيكال بروبلمز كده.
البنية التحتية جميلة بصراحة.
هو برضو في الفيس تو فيس يا دكتورة ليلى برضو بيبقى في حد ما جاش، حد جاي في السكة.
ايوه تمام صح.
برضو يعني الانترنت برضو بتدلع علينا برضو وكده يعني.
هو ممكن دخلت؟
دخلت.
والله نفسي اشوفها. ازيك يا سناء؟
حبيبة قلبي، ازيك يا لولا؟ ازيك يا دكتور لولا؟ معلش
دكتور لولا برضو يا سناء، يا سناء دكتور لولا.
انت بقى بتعمل ايه يا دكتور ايناس؟ دكتور
ازيك يا حبيبتي، كل سنه وانت طيبه.
يعني وعلى راسي كله.
سعيده عليك.
لا ده انت اللي جميله والله يا دكتوره سناء. ازاي صحتك؟
اجمل حاجه ان انا سمعتكم وشفتكم النهارده، والله
ربنا يخليك
يا حبايبي.
وحضرتك بألف صحة وسلامة، ويا رب السنة الجاية أحسن، وتبقى سنة خير علينا كلنا إن شاء الله بإذن الله.
يا رب إن شاء الله.
أنا للحضور، بس دكتور إيناس ودكتور ليلى دول يعني عشرة عمري وحبايبي، فما اقدرش الا ان انا يعني هم لهم كل التقدير
والاحترام. انا انتمتك يا سناء، انا انتمتك
وحبيبتي، فغصب عني بقى يعني تلقائيا.
حبيبة قلبي، ده انت منورة الدنيا كلها يا دكتورة سناء.
كنتوا طيبين يا حبيبتي، مبسوطة ان انا شفتكم، سنة سعيدة عليكم
يا رب، علينا جميعا يا رب يا رب.
يا حبيبتي.
نورتينا يا دكتور سناء، وحشتينا قوي قوي.
حبايبي كلكم وحشني وانا بحبكم قوي قوي، ربنا يعلم والله. يعني انتوا معزتكم، يعني مش عايزه اقول لك دكتوره ليلى والدكتوره ايناس خلوا الجامعه الكنديه في معزه كليه الاعلام حقيقي. انا في بيتي ومع اولادي وحبايبي واخواتي، يعني
ربنا يخليك يا حبيبتي، ربنا يخليك.
والله بحبكم قوي.
ان شاء الله معانا دايما ان شاء الله يا دكتوره.
ربنا يخليكي يا حبيبتي، ربنا يخليكي.
طيب دكتور. Yes, Dr. Ines, the floor is yours to introduce Dr. Hana.
Yes,
and we can start our panel. And first, let me just say one word that Dr. Laila Sarah is going to translate all what Dr. Laila is going to say, and Amal Munir is going to translate what Dr. Rabab is going to say.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have the pleasure to, I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Hana Farouk, the chairman of this panel. Professor Hana Farouk Saleh, she is a professor of journalism at the Faculty of Mass Communication, Cairo University. She is a reviewer in various national and international journals, such as the Asian Journal of Social Science Studies. She published a book about Egyptian public opinion attitudes toward international political organization, and another about social media in Egyptian newspaper, New Opportunity or Credibility Threat. Also, she is interested about the public opinion attitudes toward civil society organization. We have the pleasure of having you, Professor Hana, as the chairman of this channel.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, خلاص I will start على طول.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hi all. Very, very happy to be with you today, all of you. Great thanks to Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf for this lovely and this important invitation for the second year. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Amal Said, Dr. Fida Muhammad for this invitation. I'm happy to be today as a Canadian, Ahram Canadian University. And with this, I want to share with you a very important topic and concerning digital citizenship. First, I want to give a warm welcome to all participants which represent eminent and prominent figures, professional and academic ones. At the same time, I'm sure they have a lot to share with us today concerning this important issue and symbolic problematic concept due to the multidisciplinary and multidimensional concept of digital citizenship. As you can see, as we all can see, how internet evolved. Excuse me. How I think as we can see how internet evolves and the world become interconnected 24/7 every day. The landscape, the media landscape in specific, has dramatically changed lately. Youth are deeply impacted and influenced by these changes. So they are totally attached to their smart devices and their tablets, their different technological and digital tools. So we need to know more about how this can influence their citizenship and how it will impact their political participation later. So there is a lot of problem we can detect during this panel, and there is a lot of questions we must address during this panel, such as how can we protect young generation and make them more engaged in this risky, rich political public sphere, how to motivate them to be more active and participative, how can we use wisely between practice, of course, these digital tools to empower citizens and enhancing civic engagement, how we can we protect also citizens from different type of harm and illegal practices, risky behavior, bullying, cyberbullying, or scamming, different type of phishing. How can we foster to maximize the opportunities of the digital age. Of course, we will discuss digital gap, which is very important recently, and the digital citizenship push forward this topic. It has limited, recently this gap has limited the access to the internet, with skills to apply to the internet, to make people partially involved and engaged in citizenship, which represents a great dilemma for political issue and political participation. What about role of media, social media in specific, how media prepares citizens to be digitally engaged in political dialogue and support democratic norms and system? How do we achieve digital citizenship? Last but not least, how to make digital tools an opportunity, not threat, and enhancing citizenship. Start with Professor Dr. Leila Abdelmegid, the former Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication. And we will be happy to share her experience as specialized in laws and regulation about this important topic. So please let's welcome Dr. Leila. We listen to her discourse about this. دكتور ليلى عبد المجيد.
شكرا استاذه الدكتوره هناء. شكرا استاذه الدكتوره هناء. اسمحي لي بس في البدايه ان انا احيي كليه الاعلام جامعه الاهرام الكنديه اللي قريبه الى قلبي وعقلي، وطبعا بحيي الصديقه العزيزه الاخت الاستاذه الدكتوره ايناس ابو يوسف عميده الكليه، واختي وصديقتي الاستاذه الدكتوره امل السيد، وبنتي الغاليه دكتوره امل دكتوره فداء محمد على الجهد الكبير وعلى العمل الجيد جدا اللي عملوه من خلال اقامه وتنظيم مؤتمر دولي لقسم الصحافه بالكليه للعام الثاني على التوالي، واختيار الموضوع نفسه موضوع ممتاز، والمحاور بتاعته محاور ثريه، وان شاء الله دايما موفقين ومن تقدم الى تقدم. الحقيقه انا النقطه اللي عايزه اتكلم فيها او اللي انا طلب مني ان اتحدث عنها هي علاقه المواطنه الرقميه بالهويه. وفي الحقيقه يعني طبعا كلنا متابعين وشايفين ثوره تكنولوجيا الاتصال، وازاي ان في استخدام متزايد لشبكه الانترنت في انتشار لوسائل ووسائط التواصل الاجتماعي، مما ادى طبعا الى الغاء حواجز المكان والزمان وتغيير جذري في اسلوب حياتنا وعملنا وتواصلنا وافكارنا ومشاعرنا وقيمنا وثقافتنا وهويتنا وفهمنا حتى لبعضنا البعض. رغم ايجابيات ثوره الاتصالات الرقميه وما اتاحته من سرعه للتواصل والوصول الى مصادر المعلومات، الا ان هذا مرهون طبعا بحسن استخدامنا للوسائل الاتصال والتقنيات الجديده باسلوب صحيح من الناحيتين القانونيه والاخلاقيه. غير ان هذه الثوره ايضا لها سلبياتها الكثيره. فالافراد الان يتواصلون مع اخرين مجهولين رقميا، الافتراضيين، بيشكلوا خطر محتمل. كمان بيتصفحوا مواقع قد تكون بعضها مشبوهة وقد تحمل مخاطر كثيرة وتعرضهم خاصة الأطفال والمراهقين والشباب للكثير من المخاطر في غياب دور الأسرة، في غياب دور المؤسسات الاجتماعية، مؤسسات التنشئة الاجتماعية الأخرى التقليدية اللي احنا تعودنا عليها إنها لها دور في هذا السياق، وكانت بتقوم بعمليات متابعة وعمليات يعني أحيانا نقدر نقول كنترول، يعني تحكم ورقابة. الآن أصبح من شبه المستحيل إن نعمل أي رقابة أو أي توجيه أو أي متابعة لشبابنا وأطفالنا ومراهقينا اللي قاعدين طول النهار قدام شاشات الكمبيوتر أو الهواتف الذكية. أصبحنا قدام ما يسمى بالمجتمع الرقمي والمواطن الرقمي والمواطنة الرقمية، ودي مواطنة افتراضية في فضاء إلكتروني تكنولوجي واسع المدى تتعدد فيه الهويات وتتداخل القيم وتتهاوى الخصوصية، ويكون من السهل أو الطبيعي التزييف والتضليل والاحتيال وغير ذلك من المخاطر اللي بنتعرض لها. أصبحت الهوية بمفهومها التقليدي في مأزق حقيقي. لو احنا حبينا نتكلم على المواطنة كما عرفتها البشرية مع نشأة الدولة والقيم والقوميات، هنقول إنها هي علاقة الفرد بدولته في ضوء ما ينص عليه دستور هذه الدولة وقوانينها وما يتفق عليه من حقوق وواجبات، وهي بتعني الشعور بالانتماء والولاء لوطن ومصدر لإشباع حاجاتنا الأساسية وما يمثله ذلك من حماية لنا من الأخطار. لو احنا بصينا دلوقتي للمواطنة الرقمية، هي بتعني تعامل الفرد مع آخرين افتراضيين على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي. طبعا هنا في حديث عن اننا عايزين نستخدم هذا الوضع استخدام مسؤول واخلاقي وامن، سواء يعني احنا عايزين نستخدم تقنيه المعلومات والاتصال بالشكل ده، ومن خلال مجموعه قواعد وضوابط ومعايير واعراف وافكار ومبادئ تتبع في الاستخدام الامثل للتكنولوجيا، وهو التعامل الذكي مع التكنولوجيا من خلال توجيه ان احنا نوجه نحو تحقيق الاستفاده من منافع التقنيات الحديثه، وفي ذات الوقت الحمايه من اخطار هذه التقنيات. وهذا لا يعني ان احنا بنتكلم على حدود او على عراقيل تتنافى مع قيم الحريه او العداله الاجتماعيه او حقوق الانسان. المواطنه الرقميه بتهدف لانها توجه وتحمي مستخدمي هذه التكنولوجيا خاصة من الأطفال والمراهقين بأنها تشجع السلوكيات المرغوبة وتحارب السلوكيات المنبوذة في التعاملات الرقمية من أجل مواطن رقمي صالح. في الحقيقة المواطن الرقمي له حقوق وعليه واجبات ومسؤوليات تتعلق بالفضاء الإلكتروني، وعليه أن يتمتع بمهارات ويسبقها معرفة لازمة للتنقل في العالم الرقمي واستخدام التقنيات الرقمية بطريقة إيجابية. في عناصر أساسية للمواطنة الرقمية هقولها كنقط عشان الوقت، منها محو الأمية الرقمية، الصحة جسديا ونفسيا وجودة الحياة الرقمية، معايير السلوك الإيجابي في المجتمع الرقمي، الأمن الرقمي بمعنى الحماية الذاتية للخصوصية والحد من الانتهاكات وحالات الاحتيال، القانون الرقمي، الحقوق اللي تتمثل في الحق في الخصوصية وحرية التعبير وغيرها، والجانب الآخر مسؤوليات تعاون من جانب المستخدمين مع تحديد أسلوب استخدام التكنولوجيا على النحو اللائق. الوصول أو النفاذ الرقمي بمعنى ان احنا عايزين يبقى في تكافؤ فرص امام الجميع للوصول الى التكنولوجيا واستخدامها، توفير الحقوق الرقميه المتساويه، دعم الوصول الالكتروني، تقليص الفارق الرقمي والفجوات في هذا المجال، الاتصالات الرقميه والتبادل الالكتروني للمعلومات بحيث ان الفرد يمتلك القدره على اتخاذ القرار السليم امام العديد من خيارات الاتصالات الرقميه المتاحه وانه يكون على وعي باستخدامها. هناك ما يسمى باللياقه الرقميه بمعنى ان في معايير بيتبعها المواطن الرقمي اثناء تواجده على شبكه الانترنت واستخدامه للكمبيوتر والهواتف الذكيه. منها البعد الاجتماعي بمعنى المسؤوليه والمشاركه والقدره على التواصل مع الاخرين بفاعليه واحترام الراي الاخر والمشاركه في المناسبات الاجتماعيه وغير ذلك. طبعا ده كلام مثالي اللي بيحصل في ارض الواقع مختلف. البعد الاخلاقي متصل بعدم الاساءه للاخرين، نشر منشورات مسيئه او غير اخلاقيه. البعد التكنولوجي ان احنا نستخدم يعني ايه اتجاهنا نحو استخدام برامج القرصنه، معرفتنا بقواعد التصفح عبر المواقع الالكترونيه. والبعد الصحي متعلق بالسلوكيات الصحيه اثناء التواجد على شبكه الانترنت. هناك ايضا مجال التجاره الالكترونيه. المواطنة الرقمية تتضمن دراية ووعي ومعرفة بالعالم الرقمي، مهارات تمكنه من التفاعل مع هذا المجتمع، جانب سلوكي بحيث أن الفرد بيرسخ قيم وأخلاق وبيلتزم بقوانين وقواعد حتى يمكن أن يستخدم الإنترنت بطريقة صحيحة. على الجانب الآخر إحنا بنتكلم على الهوية. الهوية بالمعنى التقليدي هو قدر ثابت وجوهري من السمات بتميز أمة ما عن غيرها، وبتمثل مركبا من ذكريات وتصورات وقيم وتعبيرات وإبداعات وتطلعات تحفظ لجماعة بشرية هويتها الحضارية والثقافية. طبعا هي الهوية بتتطور، إما بتنكمش أو بتنتشر من خلال تجارب الجماعة البشرية ومعاناتها وانتصاراتها وتطلعاتها وتأثرها سلبا أو إيجابا بالهويات الثقافية الأخرى. وأهم ما تتسم به الهوية تاريخيا أو تقليديا هي الاستمرارية. الهوية الرقمية بقى احنا بنتكلم على نشاط الفرد على شبكة الإنترنت وتفاعلاته مع الآخرين من ذوي الهويات الرقمية. كل واحد بينطلق بفضاء إلكتروني متسع يتجاوز حدود الهوية الوطنية بتاعته وثقافته المحلية ولغته والدين والتاريخ وغير ذلك من سمات هويته الأصلية، حتى تصبح هويته افتراضية. يترتب على ذلك مجموعة من الأمور. أولاً إن في ثورة تكنولوجيا الاتصال والمعلومات كل يوم بتشهد تغيرات سريعة، وده بيؤدي إلى تآكل في الأسس اللي تعود البشر على إنها بترسخ هويتهم فيها. لو خدنا على سبيل المثال لغتنا العربية واللي حصل لها بسبب الثورة الرقمية، احنا دلوقتي بيستخدموا مش بس الفرانكو اراب، لا ده بيستخدموا لغه مختلطه، بحيث ان اللغه العربيه تعرضت لمشاكل كتير جدا مع استخدام الكمبيوتر والانترنت. كمان في تغير في طبيعه التواصل الاجتماعي، بقت المشاعر والتواصل وكله الكتروني وافتراضي. احنا بنعزي بعض دلوقتي على الفيسبوك وبنكتفي بذلك، بنهني بعض بنفس الطريقه، بنسال على بعض، ولما حد بيعيا بالطريقه دي بقيت اللقاءات الحيه المباشره والتعبير عن مشاعرنا سواء حب او الم او سعاده او غير ذلك كله افتراضي. وحتى في اعياد الميلاد بنحط تورته افتراضيه على صفحتنا او حسابنا على الفيسبوك. فده طبعا له تأثيراته اللي احنا يمكن كل شويه وهتؤدي الى نتائج يعني بتسبب مشاكل كتير. كمان هويه الاجيال الجديده اصبحت بتتشكل خارج اطار المؤسسات التنشئه الاجتماعيه المألوفه، واللي احنا عرفناها عبر سنوات، عبر آلاف السنين او يعني سنوات طويله، زي الاسره والمدرسه. واصبح من المستحيل زي ما اشرت المراقبه والتوجيه لابنائنا. ده ادى الى زياده معدلات الاكتئاب والانتحار والالحاد والتطرف، لا سيما بين الاطفال والمراهقين والشباب. الجيل الجديد الحقيقه اصبح مزدوج الهويه، فهو من جهه هش بيعاني من مشاكل كتير في الواقع بتاعه الطبيعي نتيجه ما يراه في عالمه الواقعي من فساد، ظلم، تخلف، عدم عداله، تمييز الى غير ذلك. من جهه ثانيه هو بيمتلك القدره على انه يتكيف مع العالم الافتراضي ويتأقلم مع التعددية الثقافية، حيث تجاوز الحدود واللغة والدين والتاريخ. وبالطبع لهذا التأثيرات تتراكم مع الأيام وتؤدي إلى ضعف الهوية، بل قد تتهاوى تماما. هذا العالم الافتراضي والمواطنة الافتراضية أصبحنا معها مجرد أرقام، وافتقدنا الإحساس بالذات. فالمواطن الرقمي بيقدم نفسه عبر وسائط التواصل الاجتماعي على سبيل المثال بهوية مزيفة أو هوية مرغوبة اجتماعيا من جانبه، بيطمح أن يكونها ولكنها في النهاية ليست حقيقية. إيه الحل إذن؟ الحل إحنا في حاجة إلى سياسة وقائية تحفيزية حماية لنا ضد هذه المخاطر وتحفيز للاستفادة القصوى من إيجابيات التكنولوجيا. نشر ثقافة المواطنة الرقمية في البيت وبين أفراد الأسرة وفي المدرسة بين الطلاب، على أن يتعاون في ذلك المجتمع المدني والمؤسسات الإعلامية من خلال مبادرات لهذا الغرض. أيضا نريد أن نعلم محاور المواطنة الرقمية للمستخدم منذ سنواته الأولى التي فيها إلى هذا المجتمع الرقمي، ومنها احترم نفسك واحترم الآخرين، احمي نفسك واحمي الآخرين، علم نفسك وتواصل مع الآخرين. مطلوب أيضا أن ندمج وثقافة المواطنة الرقمية في مراحل التعليم العام والجامعي، وأننا نربي طلابنا على المسؤوليات والحقوق في العالم الرقمي ونحميهم من المخاطر في هذه البيئات الرقمية. نريد أن يكون هناك اهتمام حقيقي وجاد ببرامج التربية الإعلامية الرقمية بمعنى اكتساب القدرة على الانخراط والتفكير النقدي إزاء ما يقدم لنا عبر وسائط التواصل أو الإعلام الرقمي، ونفهم إزاي بتشكل صورتنا تصورنا للعالم وقدرتنا على أننا نصفي المحتوى عبر الإنترنت، ونحدد ما إذا كانت المصادر اللي إحنا بنتعرض لها هتساعدنا بشكل موثوق في حل أسئلة كتيرة موجودة عندنا وتأثيرات التحيز في وسائل الإعلام. آخر حاجة إن إحنا مطلوب نحط سياسات ضابطة تضمن حماية المواطن من أخطار التكنولوجيا الرقمية وتساعده على الاستفادة من مميزاتها مما يسهم في تقدم المجتمع. الخلاصة أننا نريد أن تتضمن برامجنا التعليمية والتربوية في مراحل التعليم العام والجامعي خطط وآليات لتدريس عناصر المواطنة الرقمية حتى يتم الدمج الصحيح والمزج الآمن بين الهوية الثقافية الحضارية والهوية الرقمية. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لحضرتك دكتورة ليلى. Many thanks for this important speech concerning this topic about the cultural perspective and normative approach to study digital citizenship. And really, I agree totally with you that it become a big problem when we talk about norms and culture, how to protect it. It become a very serious and very critical issue also concerning the conflict between Western and Eastern cultures. So there is a great debate, and when we talk about that, globalization doesn't give us the chance to fight severely in this domain. Also, I agree with you that youth cannot make a difference between virtual identity and real identity, and this is a big problem because he cannot. There is no line between them; it become more blurred, so they cannot handle their digital behavior easily. Of course, all type of harms, duties, and responsibility to use this approach is very important without censorship. And I totally agree with you that children and youth are more impacted. And finally, thank you for giving us a great recommendation concerning program and project policy in education to enhance digital citizenship in higher education and in education in general. Thank you very much, Dr. Layla Abdelmajid.
Can we ask Sarah to translate?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, are you here?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here. I'm pleased and delighted to present the translation of Dr. Layla Abdelmajid, the former Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication at both Cary University and Ahram Canadian University. Her word was rich indeed. First of all, she started with the choice of the topic of the conference, and the dimensions are rich in addressing the new challenges and opportunities posed by both the cyber world and the digital environment. The relation of the digital citizenship with the identity was the topic of the speech. All of us are following how digitalization and the advent of social media changes the whole game of communication, whether between normal citizens at a natural or a normal level, and also at a professional one between journalists and in media. Despite the added value and the positives of the electronic revolution, the benefit is dependent on the ethical dimensions, which in some environments may be found and some others may be lost. And that's why there should be a digital framework to censor and also to regulate the use of social media and digitalization in general. Digitalization posed many dangers on the well-being, safety, and the privacy of users in general, and children or teenagers and specific. An added danger to this is the absence of parents' censorship or even educators' one. Identity became a real dilemma, especially with the difference and the emergence in the use of social media outlets, where children, some new the new generations became born in the social media or the digital age, and this exposed them to to an identity loss and makes them subject to identity crises. The digital citizenship should be used in responsible, ethical, and safe way through smart usage of technology to make the best out of it while protecting ourselves from its dangers. Digital citizenship should have a framework in the electronic spaces where users should be provided with tools and the skills to be able to utilize them to get a benefit from them and not the reverse. The dimensions that should be addressed in developing a framework should be the health, both mental and physical health, also the criteria of positive code of conduct, digital safety, and minimizing the cases of deceiving. Also, digital fitness is a new term that defines the responsible ethics and deeds that are acceptable within the digital space or the digital framework. The trends used in hacking or piracy apps and softwares should be approached with more education about it, not avoidance in talking about them, so that the digital citizens nowadays become aware of how to use them, minimizing their bad aspects. The identity traditionally shrinks or expands through the needs of the users, and digitally the identity is in danger because the virtual nature gave users a cross-boundary environment that led to loss of many identity shaping variables like the language, and this is apparent in the Arab language through the use of Franco-Arab instead of the Arabic language. Also, the way our celebrations like birthdays or funerals have drifted from real life to a virtual environment has also made or contributed in making our culture lose an important aspect of it. Digital world led to doubling the identity of the current generation, and this reflected on both their psychological and physical health. Psychologically, this had a negative and positive aspect. Negatively, being open to all what's happening in the world made them subject to depression or suffering from other psychological illnesses. However, on the bright side, this made them open to more intercultural experiences. And another negative aspect that was mentioned is faking identity. That's why we need to develop a preventive ethical framework to the digital citizenship that should be taught to the users since early age in their digital experiences, whether they are toddlers or they are they are old, but they are new digital citizens. Also, digital preventive measures should be introduced to the academic education in university, should not be subject to the reader's guide or what the reader will read before using a social media site. Youth should be educated on how to filter content, make use of the pros and cons, and utilize them for their benefit. And the combination between cultural identity and digital identities should be more authorized, and that would happen from it being educated in universities or also any other educational organizations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Sarah, for this translation, accurate translation. Really, we're missing our guests from India and Pakistan till now. So I will, I know, we will wait until they join us, inshallah. Perhaps they face a technical challenge or something like that. Dr. Leila, thank you so much. You did focus on nearly different elements of digital citizenship, making the next speaker task more difficult. So really, I will introduce you now, but with a very serious, respected researcher such as Dr. Rabab Abdurrahman. I know she can develop this conversation concerning digital citizenship. So let's welcome Dr. Rabab Abdurrahman. لو سمحتي كلنا منتظرين وكلنا أذان صاغية ان احنا نسمع ان شاء الله مداخلة حضرتك في هذا الأمر.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا دكتورة هناء فاروق. يعني استأذنكم لو ممكن أشير بس presentation.
ده I think فداء.
It's open. Yeah, you can.
Okay, thanks. يعني طبعا في البداية بحب أتوجه بكل الشكر والتقدير لأستاذتي العزيزة الأستاذة الدكتورة إيناس أبو يوسف، عميد كلية الأهرام، عميد كلية الإعلام بجامعة الأهرام الكندية، والزميلة العزيزة الأستاذة الدكتورة أمل السيد وكيل كلية الإعلام بجامعة الأهرام الكندية، وطبعا دكتورة فداء محمد زميلتي العزيزة على الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الهام والجلسة الثرية الحقيقة اللي بأشرف فيها بكوني مع أستاذتي القديرة الأستاذة الدكتورة ليلى عبد المجيد. دكتورة ليلى طبعا قامة وقدوة للجميع يعني في المجال الأكاديمي وعلى المستوى الإنساني، وزميلة العزيزة أيضا أستاذة الدكتورة هناء فاروق. سعيدة يعني بوجودي مع حضرتك النهاردة في هذه الجلسة يا دكتور هناء، وطبعا دكتورة سناء صبيحة، وطبعا شرف ليا وجودي مع زملاء أعزاء من الهند وباكستان والمغرب. يعني تحياتي لحضراتكم جميعا ولكل الزملاء والباحثين الحاضرين في هذه الجلسة. الحقيقة إن إحنا اليوم بصدد موضوع مهم وهو المواطنة الرقمية، وطبعا أي شخص بيصبح مواطن رقمي عندما يحصل على بريد إلكتروني أو حساب على السوشيال ميديا أو استخدام الإنترنت بصفة عامة للمشاركة والتواصل. والحقيقة إنه إحنا عندنا في مصر 60 مليون مستخدم للإنترنت، يعني بمتوسط استخدام يومي تقريبا 7 ساعات ونص. لو اتكلمنا على السوشيال ميديا واستخدام السوشيال ميديا، عندنا أكثر من 50 مليون مستخدم في مصر بيستخدم السوشيال ميديا بمتوسط استهلاك يمكن أو استخدام أكثر من 3 ساعات يوميا. في ظل هذا الاستخدام الواسع للإنترنت، هل يعرف المواطن أو المستخدم كيف يكون مواطنا رقميا مسؤولا، أو يعني يعرف ما هي مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية؟ الحقيقة إنه يعني في هذا الصدد المواطن أعتقد إنه في قصور إنه يكون على علم بإن في 3 مبادئ أساسية للوجود في الفضاء الرقمي. إحنا بنتكلم عن 3 مبادئ أساسية، هي احترام الذات والآخرين، التعلم والتواصل في هذا الفضاء الرقمي، حماية الذات، وأيضا حماية الآخرين. وإحنا بنتكلم على ال3 مبادئ الأساسية، الحقيقة في 9 إشكاليات أساسية يعني حابة أتكلم عليها. وهي أول إشكالية بنتكلم عليها هي الوصول الرقمي أو الديجيتال أكسس، يعني فكرة إنه هل الجميع في الفضاء الرقمي ليهم نفس الحقوق الرقمية؟ هل لهم نفس الفرص أو يعني الفرص المتساوية للمشاركة في الفضاء الرقمي؟ في عدالة في الوصول للمعلومات في هذا الفضاء الرقمي؟ ومدى توفر الإنترنت والأجهزة للجميع؟ الحقيقة دي إشكالية مهمة جدا وإحنا بنتكلم على المواطنة الرقمية. الإشكالية الثانية المهمة هي فكرة اللياقة والإتيكيت الرقمي أو الديجيتال إتيكيت، بمعنى إنه كيف يتعامل المواطنون مع بعضهم البعض في الفضاء الرقمي. إحنا النهاردة بنشوف الحقيقة مجموعة من الممارسات يمكن سلبية في هذا الفضاء، من ضمنها التنمر الإلكتروني، استخدام الألفاظ غير اللائقة، يعني عدم معرفة آداب الحوار واحترام الرأي الآخر، إزاي نقدر نكتب الرسائل في هذا الفضاء الرقمي بطريقة لائقة. يعني بصفة عامة إحنا محتاجين إنه زي ما احنا بنحب نظهر في الحياة اليومية أو في الحياة الواقعية بشكل وأسلوب يعني سليم أو بشكل جيد، لابد أن احنا ننقل هذه السلوكيات إلى أيضا الفضاء الرقمي. الحقيقة الإشكالية الثالثة خاصة بالتشريعات الرقمية أو الديجيتال لو، ومدى معرفة المواطن الرقمي بأن في مسؤولية رقمية عن أفعاله على الإنترنت. يعني وإحنا الحقيقة عندنا في مصر قانون مكافحة جرائم تقنية المعلومات لسنة 2018، يعني الحقيقة في مجموعة من العقوبات أو الحقوق والواجبات الموجودة في هذا الصدد. يعني مدى معرفة المواطن بمسؤوليته الرقمية، يعني في حالة الاختراق وسرقة البيانات، في حالة نشر الشائعات، في حالة تعدي على حقوق الملكية الفكرية. الحقيقة الإشكالية الرابعة الخاصة بالتواصل الرقمي أو الديجيتال كوميونيكيشن، وفكرة التبادل الإلكتروني للمعلومات وإجراء الاتصالات الدائمة والمباشرة مع الأصدقاء أو مع المتواجدين أو الأشخاص الموجودين في الفضاء الرقمي، واستخدام التطبيقات الرقمية والسوشيال ميديا في هذا الإطار. ويمكن وإحنا بنتكلم على التواصل الرقمي حابة إن أنا أثير إنه فكرة ترشيد المواطن لاستخدام التطبيقات التطبيقات الرقميه والسوشيال ميديا، لانه الحقيقه يعني في يعني سلبيات كتير لهذا التواصل، من ضمنها التاثير السلبي على اسس التنشئه الاجتماعيه اللي موجوده في المجتمعات، تغيير انماط الحياه، انتهاك الخصوصيه الثقافيه للمجتمعات. يمكن احنا وصلنا كمان لمرحله انه اصبح في نزاع اسري ما بين الوالدين والابناء بسبب هذا التواصل على السوشيال ميديا. فكره كمان المشاكل الاسريه ما بين الازواج لحد انها بتوصل في بعض الاحيان الى الطلاق. فالحقيقه دي اشكاليه مهمه جدا، فكره كيفيه ترشيد التواصل الرقمي. الاشكاليه الخامسه اللي حابه اتكلم عليها هي فكره التجاره الالكترونيه او الديجيتال كوميرس، والمدى علم المواطن بكيفيه التعامل مع مواقع التجاره الالكترونيه، وكيف بيتم الشراء على الانترنت ومخاطره، وازاي المواطن الرقمي يقدر ان هو يقرا التقييمات والتجارب المختلفه او التجارب الشخصيه الريفيوز للحكم على المنتجات المختلفه اللي هو بصدد شرائها، وازاي يقدر يميز مثلا ما بين المنتجات الجيده والرديئه، المتجر الحقيقي والوهمي، وحقوقه في هذا الاطار في استبدال واسترجاع المنتجات. ويمكن احنا بنشوف في هذه الايام ظهور بعض المنتجات اللي تتعارض مع هويتنا وثقافتنا، زي المنتجات الخاصه بالكحول او بيع البرمجيات بدون ترخيص. فالحقيقه المواطن محتاج ل يعني مزيد من المهارات في ازاي يتعامل مع شراء المنتجات وفكره التجاره الالكترونيه بشكل عام. الاشكاليه السادسه هي محو الاميه الرقميه او الديجيتال ليتراسي، والحقيقه دي بتتعلق باستخدام ادوات التكنولوجيا ومبادئ البحث على الانترنت. ازاي نتصرف او ازاي المواطن الرقمي يتصرف في حاله تعرض لمضايقات عبر الانترنت، ازاي يقدر يبلغ عن المحتوى السيء، ازاي يقدر يميز ما بين المعلومات المغلوطه او الاخبار المغلوطه والاخبار الصحيحه. ويعني يمكن هنا بيتبادر لذهني يعني واقعه شهيره او يعني بوست شهير تم تشهيره على نطاق واسع على الفيسبوك وعلى مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، وخاص بالاحصائيات اليوميه لفيروس كورونا. واحنا طبعا متعودين انه يوميا بيبقى فيه يعني احصائيه صادره من وزاره الصحه المصريه وبيتم نشرها على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي. فالحقيقه البيان اللي على اليمين هو البيان المفبرك اللي تم يعني تشهيره، والناس الحقيقه تبارت فيه انها تعمل له شير على السوشيال ميديا، وطبعا اثار حاله من الذعر والفزع نتيجه للارتفاع الهائل فيه زي ما حضراتكم شايفين الحالات الاصابه وايضا الوفيات. لكن الحقيقه يعني احنا بنقول ان المواطن الرقمي لازم يبقى عنده اليات ازاي يتحقق او ازاي يبقى عارف ايه الخبر الحقيقي وايه الاحصائيه الحقيقيه وايه الخبر اللي مش حقيقي. يعني هو بمهارات بسيطه يقدر يشوف شكل الاحصائيه المفبركه وشكل الاحصائيه اللي بتصدر عن وزاره الصحه، ويقدر يتبين من الشكل نفسه من الالوان اللي موجوده ازاي ان الاحصائيه دي غير صحيحه. لو دخل على الموقع الخاص بوزاره الصحه المصريه ما كانش هيلاقي اي وجود لهذه الاحصائيه المفبركه. فالحقيقه المواطن الرقمي في حاجه انه يعيد حساباته في مساله انه يبقى اول واحد او يبقى عنده السبق ان هو يشير اي خبر بيشوفه، يتحقق اولا قبل ما يشير اي خبر او اي معلومه. الاشكاليه السابعه هي الحقوق والواجبات الرقميه، والحقيقه انه زي ما المواطن الرقمي بيتمتع بحقوق وواجبات في الواقع الحقيقي او في الحياه اليوميه الحقيقيه، هو ايضا بيتمتع بحقوق وواجبات رقميه، والمفترض ان هو يكون على علم بهذه الحقوق والواجبات. يعني من حقي كمواطن رقمي ان انا انشر رايي، ولكن في المقابل لابد ان انا احترم حقوق الاخرين او احترم اراء الاخرين. انا كمواطن رقمي عندي الحق ان انا انشر المعلومات، ولكن بعد التاكد منها ويعني يبقى عندي يقين ان هذه المعلومه او هذا الخبر صحيح. كمان انا عندي كمواطن رقمي الحق في الخصوصيه، ولكن مع مراعاه خصوصيه الاخرين. الإشكالية الثامنة هي ما يتعلق بالصحة الرقمية النفسية والبدنية، والحقيقة إنه طبعا بيثار إنه يعني الفضاء الرقمي له العديد من التأثيرات النفسية على المستخدمين أو على المواطنين الرقميين، من ضمنها أو من أشهرها إدمان مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، التأثيرات المتعددة على الوحدة والانعزال والشعور بالتوتر والاكتئاب، وتأثر الحالة المزاجية يعني على نحو سيء. ويمكن العديد من الدراسات سواء العربية العربيه والاجنبيه اثبتت انه الاستخدام المكثف والطويل للفضاء الرقمي بيؤدي الى الادمان وبيفصلنا عن الواقع الحقيقي. طبعا يعني احنا داخلين كمان في فكره الميتافيرس والمواقع التواصل الاجتماعي والفيسبوك والتقنيات الجديده، والحقيقه طبعا بيثار يعني عده اشكاليات في هذه النقطه. يعني تاثير هذه التقنيات ما يتعلق بالصوره 3D والصوره الافتراضيه والواقع المعزز على العين طبعا والصحه العامه للمستخدمين، وبالتالي يعني المواطن الرقمي في حاجه الى ترشيد استخدامه لهذه او للفضاء الرقمي بشكل عام. الاشكاليه التاسعه هي الامن الالكتروني والرقمي، الديجيتال سيكيورتي، واحنا الحقيقه او المواطن الرقمي في حاجه انه يبقى فاهم كيف يتخذ اجراءات الحمايه الالكترونيه، زي ما احنا في بيوتنا بنحط اقفال على البيوت وبنحط اجهزه انذار والى اخره وبنحمي بيوتنا، لابد ان احنا كمان نحمي حساباتنا الشخصيه ونحمي بياناتنا الشخصيه، بياناتنا البنكيه. ازاي يبقى المواطن الرقمي عارف اساليب التصفح الامن على الانترنت او في الفضاء الرقمي، ازاي ما ينشرش كل تفاصيل حياته الخاصه، لانه النهارده الحقيقه بنشوف انه يعني في العديد من المواطنين الرقميين كل تفاصيل حياتهم الخاصه اصبحت منتشره على السوشيال ميديا. فطبعا محتاج ان هو يبقى فاهم انه يعني هذه الممارسات احيانا بتبقى ليها عواقب سلبيه. في وسط هذه الاشكاليات الحقيقه في سؤال مهم، يعني هل نحن في وسط هذه الاشكاليات في حاجه لمشروع او خطه وطنيه لنشر مبادئ المواطنه الرقميه؟ الحقيقه انه الاجابه نعم، لانه احنا محتاجين ان يبقى في تضافر للجهود ما بين العديد من الجهات المختلفه. عندنا وسائل الاعلام، عندنا مؤسسات الاتصال المباشر، عندنا مؤسسات المجتمع المدني، مؤسسات الدوله الرسميه. لابد ان يبقى في الحقيقه تضافر للجهود من اجل يعني خلق او بناء مواطن رقمي مسؤول. يعني لما بنتكلم على وسائل الاعلام الحقيقه بامكانها انها تقوم بالعديد من الادوار، من ضمنها انها تنتج حملات توعيه، مثلا تنفذ حمله ممكن يكون عنوانها كيف تكون مواطنا رقميا مسؤولا، يبقى في نشر وبث الانفوجرافز وفيديوجرافز توعي المواطنين، يبقى في لوجو ممكن يتم تثبيته على القنوات وليكن عنوانه المواطن الرقمي المسؤول، يبقى في صفحات على السوشيال ميديا بحيث انه يتم نشر من خلالها مواد وبرامج التوعيه، بحيث ان وسائل الاعلام تقود جهود التوعيه سواء في الواقع الحقيقي او في العالم الافتراضي. ان يبقى في كمان مساحات ثابته في وسائل الاعلام تحت عنوان كيف تكون مواطنا رقميا مسؤولا. وسائل الاعلام برضو عليها دور مهم في انها تسلط الضوء على اي فعاليات او مبادرات تخص المواطنه الرقميه ومبادئها، تنظم دورات تدريبيه للمنتسبين فيها من الصحفيين والاعلاميين. تقدر كمان المؤسسات الاعلاميه انها بالتعاون مع الهيئات المنوطه بتنظيم شؤون الصحافه والاعلام انها تعد دليل ارشادي للصحفيين والاعلاميين يعرفهم بمبادئ المواطنه الرقميه. وطبعا مهم جدا دمج مبادئ المواطنه الرقميه في الاعمال الدراميه والمسرحيه باعتبارها يعني اشكال محببه للجمهور وتقدر توصل لهم هذه المبادئ بشكل سلس وسهل. لما بنتكلم كمان على فكرة انه ازاي اجهزة الدولة تقدر تتعاون مع وسائل الاعلام، تتعاون مع وكالات الاعلام في ان يبقى في حملة توعوية تشمل اعلانات في كل وسائل الاعلام التقليدية، الصحف والراديو والتلفزيون، وايضا الى جانب مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، الطرق ووسائل المواصلات، علشان نقدر نوصل لكل المواطنين. كمان المؤسسات الدينية، واحنا بنتكلم على مؤسسات الاتصال المباشر لها دور مهم سواء على مستوى الخطب الجمعة أو على مستوى العظات الشهرية في الكنائس، إزاي تعرف المواطنين بمبادئ المواطنة الرقمية. يبقى في دروس دينية عن الممارسات الصحيحة في الفضاء الرقمي من وجهة نظر دينية، بنتكلم عن اختراق الحسابات، بنتكلم عن نشر الشائعات، بنتكلم عن الخصوصية. كل دي حاجات ممكن تقدم من وجهة نظر دينية، بحيث ان طبعا البعد الديني ليه يعني مصداقية عند المواطنين. أيضا في إطار مؤسسات الاتصال المباشر مراكز الشباب مهم جدا، ممكن تعمل مسابقات ما بين الشباب عن مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية، ندوات لسكان الحي اللي موجود به مركز الشباب أو مراكز الشباب المختلفة، يبقى في بوسترات وملصقات داخل هذه المراكز تعرف المواطنين أو الشباب إزاي يكونوا مواطنين رقميين مسؤولين. لما بنتكلم على المدارس والجامعات، والحقيقة أنها من يعني أكثر مؤسسات الاتصال المباشر أهمية، لأنه الحقيقة بإمكانها أنها تعمل نشر وتعميم لمبادئ التربية الإعلامية الرقمية وما تتضمنه من مهارات التفكير النقدي. يبقى في سلسلة من الندوات في مختلف الكليات، مسابقة عن مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية. يبقى في مثلا على مستوى كليات ومعاهد وأقسام الإعلام جايزة لأفضل مشروع تخرج مثلا عن مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية. يبقى الشباب الجامعات نفسهم يبقى في تشجيع ليهم على تنظيم أنشطة توعوية داخل مختلف الكليات تستهدف الطلاب والإداريين والعاملين. بنتكلم أيضا على بوسترات وملصقات داخل المدارس والكليات عن صفحة رسمية لكل كلية على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي توعي بمبادئ المواطنة الرقمية، وأيضا دمج مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية في المناهج التعليمية في المراحل التعليمية المختلفة. النقابات الحقيقه ايضا عليها دور في تنظيم سلسله من الندوات وورش العمل لاعضائها، انها تعمل جلسات حوار ونقاش مفتوح عبر مقراتها في مختلف المحافظات. ايضا المشاهير من الفنانين والرياضيين والشخصيات العامه وما لهم من مصداقيه وثقه عند الجمهور تقدر يتبنوا هاشتاج موحد وليكن هو كن مواطنا رقميا مسؤولا، يساهموا في نشر مبادئ المواطنه الرقميه على صفحاتهم الشخصيه، يشاركوا اعلانات التوعيه على حساباتهم على السوشيال ميديا، يوعوا الجمهور ببعض الممارسات الرقمية الصحيحة اللي هم بيتبعوها فعلا ويوصلوها لأفراد الجمهور، يعني بحيث يبقى في توعية بالنسبة لهم لكيفية يعني الممارسات الصحيحة في الفضاء الرقمي. وأخيرا الحقيقة حابة أتكلم عن الوزارات المعنية ودورها، لأنه بإمكانها أيضا أنها تدشن صفحة أو تنشئ صفحة رسمية لكل وزارة من الوزارات المعنية، زي بنتكلم على وزارة الاتصالات وعلاقتها بالجرائم الإلكترونية أو بالاتصالات أو تأمين الاتصالات بشكل عام، التجارة والصناعة، وزارة الداخلية وجرائم الإنترنت. يعني على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي تقدر تعمل هذه الصفحات ويتم من خلالها التواصل مع الجمهور والرد على استفساراتهم وتساؤلاتهم في هذا الإطار الخاص بكل وزارة. تقدر أيضا كل وزارة تعمل مواد فنية حسب مجالها بتذاعها وتبثها وتنشرها في وسائل الإعلام المختلفة، يكون محورها التوعية بمبادئ المواطنة الرقمية. والحقيقة أن في هذا الإطار حابة يعني أعرض مع حضراتكم تجربة جيدة لوزارة الاتصالات بالتعاون مع الجامعات، يمكن أنشأت في إنشاء لعدد من مراكز الإبداع التكنولوجي. هذه المراكز تستهدف محو الأمية الرقمية لطلاب الجامعات وخريجيها، وأيضا مش بس كده، ده المجتمع المحلي المحيط بالجامعة. وتم بالفعل عمل بروتوكولات للتعاون، وحاليا بيتم تجهيز هذه المراكز علشان سواء بالأجهزة أو بالأدوات أو بالإنترنت علشان تكون مقرات للتدريب والتعليم الدائم. الحقيقة في النهاية يعني بأكد أننا في حاجة إلى تعاون ما بين كل المؤسسات لإكساب المواطنين مهارات التعامل مع المجتمع الرقمي، مبادئ المواطنة الرقمية، معرفة إجراءات الحماية والرقمية، وعدم الاستخدام السلبي للفضاء الرقمي، والاستفادة طبعا منه في تنمية المجتمع. في النهاية يعني بشكر حضراتكم شكرا جزيلا، ويعني أسفة لو كنت أطلت على حضراتكم، وكل الشكر طبعا للأستاذة الدكتورة إيناس أبو يوسف، ويعني الأستاذة الدكتورة أمل السيد، ولكل أساتذتي. سعيدة بوجودي مع حضراتكم النهاردة. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لحضرتك جزيلا دكتور رباب. بس أنا هدي الفرصة للدكتورة أمل منير علشان تقوم بالترجمة. So please دكتور أمل if you can translate this.
Yes, sure. Okay, so Dr. Rabab, at the beginning, she would like to thank Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf, the Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication, and Dr. Amal Sayed, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Mass Communication, and Dr. Fudeh for inviting her to this important event and conference in which she participates with the great persons and precious doctors such as Dr. Haneh, Dr. Layla Abdelmegid, and she's very pleased to be here with Dr. Haneh and Dr. Saneh Saliha and with everyone from the different countries from India, Pakistan, and Morocco, and all the audience and the precious panel. Today, she's going to clarify and talk about the digital citizenship and how any citizen now in the society is turning into a digital citizen because of how the social media usage is beginning to spread and be very wide, with millions of users in Egypt alone that uses the internet for several hours and that should be responsible for this digital usage. Dr. Rabab mentioned that she guesses that the citizens should be responsible and they're not aware of the principles of the digital citizenship. These principles are represented in respecting others and respecting themselves on the internet, learning from the internet and teaching others, protecting themselves and protecting others. She also discussed 9 main issues. The first was the digital access, and if all the citizens have the same opportunities, and if they all have the same fairness and sharing whatever they want to share and in using the digital world. The second issue was the digital etiquette and how the citizens can deal with each other in the digital world, and how nowadays we're seeing a lot of issues. And how nowadays we're seeing a lot of ethical issues like bullying and like using bad words on the internet, and how can we as citizens now choose to appear in the digital world as representable as we choose to appear in the normal world. The third issue was digital laws, and how much the citizen is aware of the laws that are presented in the society, and how there are laws against the publishing of fake news and violation of privacy and so on. The fourth issue was digital communication, and that communicating through the digital world with different people might have and carry some disadvantages, and citizens should be wiser while using the communication methods on the social media. They should not exceed the usage of this communication methods because of the disadvantages it carries, such as the changing in the lifestyle, the problems between the families it creates, and the problems between the spouses it also creates. And these are very important issues that are happening in the society because of the digital world. The fifth issue was the digital commerce, and how the citizens should be able to deal with the buyers and sellers on the internet, and they have to know the advantage and disadvantage of these sellers. The citizens should also know how to see the reviews of the pages that sells anything on the internet, how they can judge the products. They should be able to know the rights and how of exchanging and refunding products. Some products nowadays are against our culture and our traditions, such as the alcohol that are being sold on the internet, and the products that have no license and the fake products. All of these we have to be more aware of. The sixth issue was digital literacy, and how the technology tools we should know the technology tools more, and the citizens should know the principles of using these tools. They also should know when and how to report fake news and bad news, and when to verify these news. And she mentioned an example of the post of the Ministry of Health at the era of COVID-19 virus. The health minister was always publishing on the internet the statistics and numbers of patients, and the people was waiting for this to be published daily on the social media, but it was fabricated once. So because of this fabricated post, a lot of people were afraid, and there was a lot of talks about the high numbers and so on. So digital citizens should verify and know how to verify these fake news. They should learn to have the skills. They should make sure of the real information using the official websites, not only Facebook and social media accounts. They should know that the fake post might have different colors, different fonts, and so on. So when the digital citizen know these criteria, he would be able to know the fake news, and he would be able to know what to share and what not to share on the social media. The seventh issue was the digital right and responsibility, and how the digital citizen should know that he has rights and responsibilities on the digital world, like the rights and responsibilities he has in the real world. For example, the citizen has the right to publish, and when he publishes his opinions, he has the responsibility to respect others. He also had the right to publish information and news, but he has the responsibility to verify these news first. He also has the right of privacy, but he has the responsibility to make sure not to violate the privacy of others. The eighth issue was the digital health and how nowadays the social media is impacting the psychological aspect of the human beings, and it's impacting how people are being more addicted and more lonely because of the internet. A lot of cases of depression and mood swings is being reported because of the social media, because of the long usage of the internet lead to addiction. So nowadays, in the metaverse world when we are living in, and with the new technologies that are appearing, there are many obstacles. With the virtual reality and the 3D pictures, all of these might affect the health of the human beings, affect his eyes, affect his psychological health, and so on. The last issue was the digital security and how the digital citizen should be aware of how to secure himself online, how to secure his bank accounts, how to secure his private information, and that we as citizens should not share whatever is private in our lives. We should share less of our private issues because of what we see nowadays of violation of privacy everywhere on the internet. And the question is, do we need a project to share to share principles about digital citizenship? Yes, we need. We need the media, the NGOs, the official platforms, the ministries, and everyone responsible to build a digital responsibility for the citizens on the internet. The media, for example, should be responsible for making awareness campaigns, using infographics and videographs, using logos to promote for the awareness of the digital citizenship and the responsibility for the citizens. They should make pages on the social media to raise awareness, publish make fixed spaces for the people to explain how to be more responsible on the internet. The media should also shed the light on the responsibilities of the citizens and how to make them more responsible digital citizens. It should make trainings for the journalists and for the presenters and for whoever media staff that is working. And it might make cooperations with another institutions in order to make a guidebook for people to know how to be responsible on the digital world. Finally, the media should merge these principles in the movies, in the theaters, and in the TV series we see nowadays because of the impact they have on the citizens. Also, advertising agencies can work to raise awareness about the topic of digital citizenship and the responsibility that the citizen should have by making awareness campaigns that could be published on the TV, radio, newspapers, and social media, of course. Plus, the religious institutions have a great role in making people think about this topic by talking about it in their speeches in the churches and in the mosques. And the mosques might give courses about how the privacy of people is part of our religion and how violating these privacy is not a good thing from the religious aspect that is very credible to people nowadays. Also, the youth centers can make events, can make posters about how to be more responsible citizen on the digital world. Schools and universities, of course, are the most important institutions in raising such awareness. They are the most impactful and they have a great role in doing so by making events, by making competitions between students about the topic, by making prizes for the graduation projects that can tackle these topics, and by making activities and awareness campaigns and making an official page for raising the topic of responsibility on the digital world. Also, the syndicates can make sessions for the people to talk about the issue, and famous people and celebrities can make a hashtag for the citizens, like name the Be a Responsible Citizens, to raise more awareness and share their experiences in being an awareness citizen on the internet. At the end, she mentioned the role of ministries on how to make people more responsible on the internet. They have a role by making like an official page on the social media to talk about the issue. A lot of ministries can answer questions about digital crimes, can answer questions about whatever people suffer from in the internet, and they can post different awareness material on a regular basis. So all of these together can help in making the citizen more responsible on the digital world. Finally, she would like to share an experience of the Ministry of Communication in which it made different activities and events in centers and made these centers offer regular awareness courses, which is a very big step from this ministry and a very big, a gesture to make people more responsible. And we need to collaborate more with such entities to share the principles of responsibility of the digital citizenship, and to make people think of how to use the internet in a good way and how to avoid the crimes on the internet and how to avoid the violation of privacy and so on. At the end, Dr. Rabab thanks everyone here in the conference. She thanks Dr. Inés Abu Yusuf, Dr. Amal Sayed, Dr. Fideh, Dr. Hane, Dr. Layla Abdelmegid, and Dr. Sanaa Sadiha, and everyone that is sharing the panel with her, and everyone that is listening from the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amal, very much. Now I think I will, I see Dr. Layla raising her hand, so she had something to say or ask. دلوقتي دكتورة ليلى من فضلك، أنا شايفة إن حضرتك رافعة إيدك، فإحنا مستنيين نسمع تساؤل حضرتك أو مداخلة حضرتك.
وفي الحقيقة هو مش تساؤل، ولكن كنت عايزة أتكلم على تجربة حوالين المواطنة ومنها المواطنة الرقمية والإعلام. خلال الفترة من 2007 لغاية 2011 كلية الإعلام جامعة القاهرة بالتعاون مع شبكة انترنيوز عملنا مشروع لتدريب طلاب الكليات الإعلام. يعني ما كانش بس كلية إعلام جامعة القاهرة، كان كذا جامعة، منها جامعة المنيا، منها جامعة جنوب الوادي، منها جامعة المنصورة. يعني مجموعة من الجامعات كانت موجودة معانا، وكان عملنا مجموعة كبيرة جدا من الدورات وورش العمل التدريبية في القاهرة وفي الأقصر وفي أسوان وفي بورسعيد وفي مناطق من خلالها دربنا مجموعة من الطلاب، وبعضهم يعني كانوا متميزين بالمشروعات اللي قدموها العملية، فسفرناهم كمان أمريكا. وبعد كده المشروع كان بمنتوى إنه يتطبق في المدارس، وبدأ بالفعل، بس جت الظروف اللي مرت بيها مصر بعد كده وقفت. لكن أنا بتكلم على تجربة كانت سريعة جدا ومفيدة جدا، وكانت بداية ممكن تكون إحنا كان عندنا طموح إن هؤلاء الشباب الإعلاميين اللي في كليات الإعلام هيبقوا بعد كده مدربين، وهيبقى لهم دور في الإعلام بشكل عام في نشر المبادئ والأسس اللي تقوم عليها المواطنة الصحيحة والمواطنة الرقمية بالذات. لأن احنا طبعا الظروف اتغيرت، وثورة تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال تسع نطاقها أكتر وأكتر، فالأمور بتقتضي إن احنا فعلا نفكر في مبادرات. أنا عشان كده كنت بتكلم على مبادرات. دي كانت مبادرة ناجحة وطلعت منها نتائج إيجابية جدا في ذلك الوقت. أنا حبيت بس أشير إلى أننا في محاولات، في مبادرات، في اجتهادات، نرجو أنها إحنا بس عيبنا أن المسائل بتوقف، ما فيش استمرارية عندنا. الاستدامة اللي بنتكلم عنها، تعبير الاستدامة، ولكن لو كان الدنيا كانت الظروف بقت طبيعية، أعتقد أن إحنا هذا المشروع كون من بين أهدافه أن يكون هناك استمرارية واستدامة. شكرا دكتورة هناء، وبشكرك جدا على إدارتك للجلسة.
شكرا دكتورة ليلى، شكرا لحضرتك على هذه المداخلة القيمة. بس اسمحي لي هدي فرصة الأول لسارة من أجل أن تقوم بالترجمة. سارة, would you please translate? Sarah, are you
yes,
in?
Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Yes, Dr. Laila mentioned that in 2010, Cairo University had a pioneering experience with internews, in which both Cairo University, not both, Cairo University, Minya University, Mansour University, and Old South Valley. It was a project for training large groups of students on how to spread ethical principles in digital environments. This project was planned to go outside the Egyptian borders and take place, more trainings to take place abroad. However, this didn't happen because of what followed of the revolution the next year. Dr. Laila mentioned this experience as an example of what should be done, and that more experiences and more experiments like this should be implemented in all Egyptian universities. Such trainings and projects should be more sustainable and subject to repetition, and the development also addressing the new challenges and the new opportunities of the digital world.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, very much. I want to thank Dr. Abab Abdurrahman very much for this important research, very important and interesting too, with great detail and necessary details, more than enough details, which represent, from my point of view, a roadmap for integrate digital citizenship into our life in Egypt and generally. Really, thank you for stressing the digital access and digital divide, the third wave of this divide, concerning benefits and opportunity and concrete outcomes on access and use of ICT. Thank you for stressing citizen awareness and role as active participant to be also a good citizen and smart one. Digital literacy and skills. Thanks for stressing media role from a very pragmatic and concrete perspective. And also you did say that, you did stress the role of socialization agent and forces, which represent really a great chance and opportunity to enhance this citizenship forward. And thank you for stressing some new challenge concerning artificial intelligence and new technology challenges, which will limit and perhaps have a great positive and negative consequences concerning the citizenship in general. Dr. Abab, thank you very much. And now I much welcome Dr. Sana Saleh and give her the word to express and share with us her own professional experience and also academic also in this important topic. Welcome, Dr. Sana. دكتور سناء، اهلا بحضرتك، والحقيقه ان احنا في انتظار نسمع مداخله حضرتك المهمه والخبره في هذا، خبره حضرتك المهنيه والاكاديميه في هذا الصدد. اتفضل يا دكتور. دكتور سناء.
Can you hear us, please?
سامعني؟
Yes.
Now I can. Yes, سامعاك، سامعين حضرتك، اتفضلي.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dear distinguished, honorable attendants, at the very beginning, allow me. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible, doctor.
Okay. At the very beginning, allow me to extend my appreciation to my dear colleagues, all mass communication faculty staff members, for their effort and dedication to hold this conference and to invite me to participate in this very rich panel. Actually, this panel tackles a vital issue, and it's my honor and a pleasure to participate and to share my point of view about the digital citizenship and connect the concept to the current transformational social and cultural practices. Actually, the title of this panel reminded me of some of the daily experience of which I was an eyewitness and I'd like to share them with you. Right now, it's common to see family members gathering around dining tables or friends in cafe. They never exchange a conversation, as each of them is busy with his mobile or laptop. Another incident, which I quite remember, once I was at the bank, and with the long wait, all of a sudden, a boy started screaming. He lost his patience. The young mother at once handed him her mobile. As soon as she did so, the boy stopped nagging. Gradually, I noticed that his eyes became glued to the screen, to the extent that he didn't hear his mother urging him to make a move, nor noticed that she was about to go and leave him behind. Actually, these experiences, in addition to lots and many examples Dr. Layla gave and Dr. Rabab mentioned, confirm that we already live in the digital age, and that the achievements of technology and applications of artificial intelligence, such as mobile phones and personal computers of all sides, have become an integral part of our daily life. However, those virtues which facilitate life and cannot be denied pose critical questions about the negative aspects of the application of artificial intelligence if they are misused, how they affect human capabilities, and if the digital era imposes certain requirements. If so, how can we meet them? In this context, I think that the question which relates to the focus of this panel is whether our position of these tools and being mere users of them really qualifies us to be digital citizens in the digital age. Thinking about an answer to these questions require to remember that illiteracy is now no longer just ignorance of alphabet or inability to use computer, nor that citizenship is just rules and measures printed in passports and nationality laws for each country. Actually, the development and complexity of life, with the development and complexity of life, certificates and academic license are no longer evidence of illiteracy. As we all know, illiteracy in its simplest form is a person's inability to know the alphabet of his language, and thus he cannot read nor write. However, right now, illiteracy acquired many forms. Even if its types and causes differ, we all know, we all realize its catastrophic effects. Modern technology has transformed the public sphere, media landscape, culture, every aspect in our life. With the rapid development of the new technology since the last decade of the second millennium and the use of internet on a regular basis, a new set of terms has emerged that carry within it divisions and situations affecting the lives of people of the third millennium. I mean right now. So, the new definitions and concepts which Dr. Layla and Dr. Rabab mentioned, such as literacy, digital citizenship, digital visitor, digital immigrants, digital sharing, digital gap. And on top of that, the idea of classifying countries and individuals according to accumulation of information and the ability to employ it poses a really makes the topic more important. Right now, the concept of literacy and citizenship have acquired different dimensions as new requirements and conditions must be met before obtaining the right of digital citizenship. Dr. Laila and Dr. Rabab actually gave us a hint of these requirements. However, based on the examples or the incidents I witnessed, the question is the mere ability to use computers and the internet regularly or communicating on web application is a sufficient formula to obtain digital citizenship? Or are we all still illegal immigrants in the world of digitalization? For me, I think I have to get back a little to think about to give some definitions I read about digital citizenship, which was promoted by Mark Pernesky. This term refers to people born in the digital era, while the term digital immigrants refer to every person who was born before the new technological developments. Like us, we are all immigrants, but we are adopting technological developments as we are doing right now and using it. However, being born in the third millennium, or the date of birth or possessing a smart mobile or a laptop is not sufficient for a person to be a digital citizen.
نروح الأول المشوار الثاني الأول اللي هي وعايزة أعيش كمان.
ألو؟ ألو؟
Dr. Magda, please. Dr. Magda. Sorry, Dr. Sanai.
It's okay, حبيبتي. No problem. Okay? The date I was saying that the date of birth or acquiring or possessing a laptop or a smartphone phone is not sufficient to become a digital citizen. To be a digital citizen, we have to acquire, to be able to do some practices and acquire skills. These skills, we acquire it as soon as we obtain an email address, or we can post photos online or use e-commerce to purchase goods. However, that's not, as Dr. Laila said, what we see right now make us believe that this is not enough to be a legitimate, capable digital citizen. To be a capable citizen, we have to be able to achieve conditions, and we should be able to adapt to the ethics and challenges imposed by modern information technology. We have to be able to use information regularly in an effective way in order to engage in the society and employ these skills adequately. We have to be able to apply critical thinking so that we can avoid rumors, we can distinguish between the fake news, which are becoming widespread, and actually we have a fake reality right now, imposing a fake reality right now. We have to be able to ascertain information, make use of, and build on each of them, build on it to reach new ideas and create systems. In the same context, we have to note that, I want to note that those who belong to the digital era or previous generations, even if they deal with modern technology instruments, they can't be, we can't consider them as digital citizens as long as they don't meet these requirements. If we want to apply this to our situation right now in Egypt, we notice that modern technology tools are widespread and have increasing impact on social life and on young generation. However, despite the widespread of the modern technology tools in schools, workplaces, and inside homes, it doesn't keep pace with the new challenges imposed by this digital age, nor the variables of the digital environment, which Dr. Layla mentioned and Dr. Rabab cited in details in her valuable paper. Therefore, I think I agree completely with what the measures Dr. Layla mentioned and Dr. Rabab, and we have to introduce, to change curriculum and teaching methods and apply the programs of information and media literacy at all levels in the society to raise awareness and the efficiency of citizens to adapt to the requirements and challenges of the new world. This is a must right now. I think it's a time to adopt a new learning system at all levels to qualify the new generation and the immigrants of the second millennium generation for the digital age, to get out of the dilemma of the role of being mere users. We are using this technology, but unfortunately, we are not using it properly. We have to prepare everybody in this society to be effective members in our community with a positive attitude towards the others, and to participate effectively and to deal with the problems related to our environment and society to gain the right of citizenship. Till then, till we do that, the question remains: how can we overcome illiteracy and digital divide to create and make use of modern information technology to actively interact with the universal intellectual development in the field of science, culture, and art as a whole to enrich the world around us?
Dr. Sana, time, can you briefly summarize things briefly, because we need to close at 2:30 exactly.
I've actually finished, Dean.
With this question, yes, I think. Yes, with this question, did you finish? دكتور سناء.
ايوه حبيبتي انا خلصت يا حبيبتي انا قلت كلمتي خلاص.
طيب thank you very much Dr. Sana. Really appreciate your personal experience and you as
أنا as long as the title is international conference I chose English. I'm sorry. I should have يعني I wouldn't add more. مش هضيف كتير. ما أضفتش كتير. لكن أهم نقطة إن كل الإجراءات التي اقترحتها دكتور رباب ودكتور ليلى عبد المجيد الحقيقة المفروض إن يتم تفعيلها لأن otherwise هنفضل مجرد مستخدمين ولسنا منتجين للمعلومة وهذا سيضعنا في مأزق حقيقي. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for testing digital literacy skills, not only just use or share, but participate also from a critical perspective. You did give us a very important confirmation and argument concerning the negative consequences of this technological shift recently become more wide. Thank you very much for this important discourse. But we really miss here the Indian and Pakistani experience for that. But
technical problems. It seems there are technical problems, and Dr. Debashish said that he has a sore throat and he is not able to attend. So we are wishing him recovery.
Of course, out of control. Yeah.
Yes.
So before closing this panel, please, I really I want to ask if someone want to ask a question. I think Dr. Magda Bagneed has a question or a comment. Dr. Magda, or anyone can, of course, ask question.
Dr. Magda, please unmute. Dr. Magda.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Anyway, I'm in the car. That's the reason why I couldn't reach you. It's because of the internet. First of all, I'd like to welcome all for the second day. And it is a great pleasure to follow you this morning, but I was not able to just get in. I had lots of things to finish. At the same time, I'd like to say in Arabic to our colleagues and our doctors, starting from Dr. Ines and Dr. Layla and Dr. Saleha. And the rest, because I know your time is running, and I listened to the last one by Dr. Saleha. I think the point you have mentioned are very important when you're talking about we have to apply, but not just to work on papers and do to do the work and that's it and stops there, because we have to take an action. And this is a very good point, Dr. Saleha, when you mentioned. And the rest of the papers, I listened quickly, but excuse me, I just couldn't make it today. And Dr. Fida, Dr. Amal, and of course the Dean, by great appreciation for you since yesterday and today, it's a very good work. And for our colleagues in outside Egypt, thank you very much for enriching our conference with your views from your countries and from all of the points that you have mentioned that we have to take into consideration as one part of the world and the world community. Thanks a lot, and I really appreciate all you have done. Have a good day and Happy New Year to all of you. Merry Christmas too. Thank you. This is Magda Bagneed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Magda. So, is anyone want to ask a question? Do you have question or comment perhaps before closing? I have no one. Done. Okay, just give me 1 minute, Fida, before closing that I need to stress from the academic point of view the importance of introducing digital capital in our academic life and research. Further research is needed to explore this relationship between the different level of digital capital and other capital such as political, cultural, and social capital. We need also to develop a research plan to deal with the digital divide. In a specific third wave of it, the new technological artificial intelligence challenges which we face, how to make people more aware of their rights and responsibility, and redefine, make a new definition of citizenship to become new digital citizenship too, such as Web 2 also. And finally, the critical resistance of this new technology, which denoted more critical participation in society online, challenging the status quo and promoting social justice. This part is totally neglected, because all time we think about negative consequences, but also there is a good and positive consequences to much taking consideration also. Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank Dr. Ines Abu Yusuf, the Dean of Ahram Canadian University, and Dr. Amal Sayed, my dear friend, for this invitation, and then Fida for their cooperation and coordination. And finally, thanks my eminent academic and professional figures now, Dr. Laila Abdelmegid, Dr. Rabab Abdurrahman, Dr. Sana Saleha, and thanks to all of you, and have a nice day. Now to Fida, please. Fida.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. And really, I personally enjoyed this panel. Thanks for Dr. Laila, thanks for Dr. Sana, thanks for Dr. Rabab. I really enjoyed the panel, and it was really enriching, as Dr. Magda just said. So thank you very much for your efforts. And now we need Dr. Amal and Dr. Ines if they are here, so we can go with the closing. I need to give them a call. Just a second.
So I think that if Dr. Laila want to add something during this, while when waiting, Dr. Rabab, maybe she has something to say, to comment over Dr. Rabab. Don't anyone? You Fida.
Anyway, we can yes, we can start with the recommendations till Dr. Ines and Dr. Amal shows up. Dr. Laila, حضرتك عايزة تقولي حاجة؟
طبعا يعني الحقيقة أنا شايفة إن موضوع المواطنة الرقمية والإشكاليات المتعلقة به يستحق إننا نعمل عليه شغل أكتر، لأنه فعلا ده مستقبل، ده مصير أجيال. يعني إذا ما قدرناش إن إحنا نشتغل عليه ممتاز إنه ده يبقى جزء من هذا المؤتمر، لكن أنا بتمنى إنه هو يعني يبقى يعمل مثلا بانل كبير، يبقى فيه متخصصين من يعني احنا محتاجين يبقى معانا متخصصين في علم النفس وعلم الاجتماع وعلم السياسة وناس يعني خبراء في معلومات وخبراء إعلام رقمي، يعني مجموعة كبيرة من الخبراء. أعتقد إن احنا لو يعني أنا بدعو يعني إن احنا نعمل حاجة زي كده ونشتغل عليها، يعني وإننا نشجع المبادرات. يعني أنا بدعو برضو الأهرام الكندية وجامعة القاهرة وكل الجامعات المصرية إنها تعمل مبادرات من هذا النوع في هذا السياق، لأنه ده فعلا موضوع حيوي جدا وهيفرق قوي مع مستقبلنا ومع مستقبل الأجيال الجاية. فيعني دي دعوة، وأرجو إنها تبقى يعني كجزء من توصية، وأنتم بتصيغوا التوصيات إن إحنا نستعد بحاجة زي كده، ويبقى في أكتر من جهة، مرة في كلية الإعلام جامعة القاهرة، مرة في كلية الإعلام جامعة بني سويف، جامعة المنوفية، يعني نقدر نعمل شغل مع بعض ككليات إعلام تتحمل مسؤوليتها الوطنية وتقدم إسهام حقيقي في هذا السياق. كمان بشجع يعني طبعا الأهرام الكندية فيها مادة التربية الإعلامية، كذلك إعلام القاهرة الشعب الإنجليزي كان موجود فيها مادة التربية الإعلامية، وإحنا في اللائحة الجديدة أضفنا مادة التربية الإعلامية والرقمية في البكالوريوس. كل الطلبة في البكالوريوس بكل البرامج، في كل البرامج هيدرسوا هذا المقرر، بس هو فده بدايه. لكن انا ادعو ان وزاره التربيه والتعليم تهتم بالموضوع ده، لان وزاره التربيه والتعليم حقيقه عندها كم مليون طالب، كم مليون ممكن يبقوا حاجه عظيمه جدا وممكن يبقوا قنابل. فانا بتمنى انه يعني نعمم ده، مش لازم يبقى مقرر، ولو ان طبعا الطلبه لو هو مش مقرر وهو انشطه مش هيهتموا قوي. لكن انا كنت شايفه في تجربتنا في كليه الاعلام لما عملنا تجربه الدورات التدريبيه والشغل ده، كان في اقبال غير عادي، والطلبه كانوا كلهم عايزين ينضموا للدورات. فمن الممكن طبعا لو تصمم برنامج جذاب ومشوق، وفي بعض الجزء برضو ان احنا بناخدهم مثلا مره الاقصر يتفرجوا بتاع، يعني في مع ده حاجات تانية اكيد ان احنا هنقدر نعمل انجاز كويس قوي في هذا المجال، ونشتغل قبل ما يفوت الاوان. يعني ان احنا تعطلنا وتاخرنا كتير، لكن علينا ان نبدا. شكرا دكتوره فداء، احييكي يا حبيبتي وعلى جهدك وعلى شطارتك، وانا فخوره بيكي. وبحيي طبعا اختي الدكتوره
انا بتعلم دايما من حضرتك.
الله يخليكي، ويعني طبعا نموذج رائع، وانا متوقعه طبعا من زمان ليكي مستقبل عظيم، وانت بتشتغلي على نفسك جامد وكويس جدا وعامله علاقات حلوه، ده رائع، وبتمنى ان انت تبقي نموذج للجميع يعني. وطبعا بحيي الدكتوره امل السيد المسؤوله عن رئيسه او يعني المشرفه على هذا المؤتمر معاكي، وانت المنسق، والدكتوره ايناس القياده الجميله الذكيه القادره على اتاحه الفرص لكافه العناصر.
لا انترنت اكيد.
I think طيب دكتور ايناس جت؟
دكتور ايناس جايه. وانا بس عايزه يعني اقول لدكتور ليلى انه يعني الحقيقه
مش هتسمعنا.
هي خرجت خالص. هي لسه موجوده.
No, she's not here. No.
خرجت.
دكتور حنان، ممكن كلمه بس اخيره في هذا السياق؟
اتفضلي يا دكتور سناء، اتفضلي.
أنا بس يعني أنا أثمن على كلام الدكتورة ليلى، بس أنا الحقيقة يهمني قوي إن هذه البرامج إحنا بندرس الميديا ليترسي والإنفورميشن ليترسي في كليات الإعلام. أنا بأود بما إن هذا التربية الإعلامية أصبحت منهج بتقره اليونسكو، وأصبح شيء معترف به دوليا، إن إحنا بصورة أو بأخرى المفروض هذا الكلام يطبق في المدارس. وزي ما دكتور رباب قالت إن في جزء من خلال النقابات ومن خلال الوزارات وخلافه. مش عايزين الكلام المهم اللي اتقال ده هو يفضل حبيس الأدراك أو الأرفف. احنا عايزينه جزء من الممارسة اليومية. فيا ريت الجهد اللي هيتعمل ان يبقى يتم بقى تفعيل هذه البرامج، انها تكون فعلا يعني بره بيقولوا ان حتى في البري سكول فكره الميديا ليترسي والانفورميشن ليترسي بيعلموها للاطفال من سن 4 سنين، لان احنا الحقيقه اللي بيحصل معانا النهارده في عمليه تزييف وعي غير طبيعي، وبتتم وحضراتكم ممكن تشوفوها في البوست والحاجات اللي بيتم تشييرها على الواتساب، واشياء الحقيقه مرعبه. وعاده هي محتاجه نوع من التدريب. يعني انا اظن ان مع الوقت الانسان بيقدر يحس ان هو يدرك اذا كانت المعلومه اللي واصله له دي معلومه حقيقيه او غير حقيقيه.
Or is it fake? Yes.
شكرا جزيلا.
Let me wrap up what Dr. Layla and Dr. Sanaa was talking about. They were talking about the media literacy and the curriculum to be added into our faculties or the different departments. So they were accepting each other's opinions and adding to each other. That's all what they were saying. I'm seeing Dr. Amal and Dr. Ines are going to be together. I think so. Dr. Amal, are we ready?
دقيقة واحدة دكتور إيناس جاية.
Okay, we can start with the recommendations and the Ijcon statement till Dr. Ines shows. And let's start with the first one, which is talking about that we do not need to ignore the elements of the distinction. Yes, Dr. Ines is here. Dr. Ines. Okay. We should not ignore the elements of the distinction that the developing countries abound in various Hello, doctor. You are going to be together or on different computers? Okay.
I heard you when you were calling me.
Yeah, I just said that till you come, we can just start with the statement because Dr. Amal gave me 18 points. So I think we will need 5 minutes just to read them. She started with not ignoring the elements of distinction that the developing countries abound in various fields and not considering the economic indicator as the only ruling indicator for assessing the extent of these countries' progress, especially after technology provided care for these developing countries and created a starting environment for them. The second one, the expansion in presenting positive models through media in developing societies, opening the way to present the media reports that instill spirits of hope, optimism, and to push for more joint work between countries in the developed and developing world. The expansion in organizing various workshops on preparing ethical reports that push towards peace journalism instead of emphasizing the values of conflict and rivalry is done on more than one level, whether at the level of media students in different universities or the level of practitioners in different countries. The expansion in the provision of continuous training for media students in the field of translation, along with the strengthening the institutional training in this field for communicators to meet the challenges facing the media in preparing international reports that attract the local readership in light of the policies of globalization. The fifth one, the expansion in conducting international environmental researches that can formulate perceptions and develop strategies to deal with common challenges and especially among developing countries. The next include prioritizing presenting studies that support the relationship between the media and translation and focusing on how to describe language in the field of media away from the dominant visions of language specialists and emphasizing this when presenting these courses within the media faculties and departments. Strengthening the uses of artificial intelligence programs in various fields of media, leading to the development of media performance and increasing its effectiveness with the public. Then developing the theoretical approaches and research tools that can lead us to a real discussion of the main problems, obstacles, and issues in the field of specialization, and as well reaching logical solutions and scientific adaptations that enable us to employ our professional tools in the world of surplus information. The ninth says continuous training on the professional use of the social networks while regulating the relationship between the public and private in managing these networks, along with preparing media students in order to acquire digital content management skills with social networks and the media. The 10th recommends the training on digital media education programs in an attempt to stop the flow of fake news that spread quicker than real news, while employing all tools and programs of artificial intelligence in order to control fake news in accordance with the principle of accuracy and in order not to falsify public awareness. Then conducting more studies on the danger of false news and pushing for the preparation of databases taking false sources as a guide for journalists. Then giving more attention to the reports submitted on women in the media. Where? Sorry for that. conducting more studies, giving more attention to the reports submitted on the women in the media, with the activation of ethical charters and professional considerations in dealing with women issues and problems, in addition to directing more attention to studies concerned with gender, provided that these studies constitute many countries to identify all the challenges facing women in digital age. Then women will still suffer from the idea of stereotyping with all the levels and in various means, which requires more effort to change the societal culture so that it can be compatible and adapt to the changes that occur in women's roles. And it is a social responsibility more than a responsibility of the media alone. Then the future of journalism, whether traditional or digital, is compromised by its ability to deal with the needs of the public, so diversity and responsible freedom become the way to achieve real roles for the press and media in the digital age, on the common to achieve general consensus on the main issues of the society, especially in societies that suffer. Then we go to number 16, which is the developing the controlling policies that include protecting citizens from the undisciplined practices and rationalizing behaviors and practice on various digital platforms. And we recommend integrating the concept of digital citizenship into our curricula and teaching the elements of digital citizenship to enable the integration of identity, national identity, and digital identity. And we are going to recommend also the awareness of digital rights and responsibility through various media platforms, with the integration of these concepts into media studies programs to raise the level of awareness of these concepts and training on how practice efficiently, which represents one of the priorities of moving forward in digital literacy. And with our last recommendation, interest in directing more studies of the psychological and physical effects of digital sites and platforms, which pushes towards preserving the digital health of citizens while activating awareness of digital protection as one of the pillars of preservation with personal security. And here you are, Dr. Enes. Yani, the floor is yours to comment on all the statement with all the 19 points they were written. So this is hard to read, so you can comment.
Nice. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, all participants, all researchers, scholars, professors who did share and moderated the session. We're really grateful here in Ahram Mass Communication Faculty, Ahram Canadian University, for all your time, your knowledge, your information. It was really, as I said before, from the very first day, ever since I read the titles of the paper, I've been talking with Fida that we should do more in-depth, considering workshops might be, sessions, or even we might be, yes, having that kind of brainstorming, selecting specific topics, which is linked to journalism. Dr. Amal.
Finally, I would like to thank our distinguished keynote speakers who shared their valuable experiences at the plenary sessions and all the presenters throughout the conference. And last but not least, I would like to thank the Ijcon conference team, who have all worked incredibly over many months and weeks to achieve this academic conference. You have seen them all at various stages these last few days. So, to Professor Ines Abu Yusuf, Dr. Fida Mohammed, Umniya Khalid, Sarah Francis, Heba Saghir, and Amal Munir, thank you very much. I do hope that the Ijcon 2021 was able to impact all of us to greatly foster and empower society through the researchers presented. To conclude, thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in the Ijcon 2022. Thank you.
And with these few words, ladies and gentlemen, It's an honor and pleasant duty.
I just want to thank you.
Yes, sure.
For that.
I was giving you the word. I was just telling you that
okay.
you are going to say the
Okay,
last
the
word.
Actually, the voice is really very low, and
okay.
I'm doing some effort to listen. Okay.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, I was just going to say that really, I'm really thankful for you both for making this conference till the last moment a successful one, if we considered it a successful one. And really, Amal, Sarah, Omneya, and Hiba did a great effort making it easier for everyone to understand and make it easier for Egyptians and foreigners to be with us together in the same patch. So thank you very much. And we are going, and it's our honor to have the last word to our beloved Professor Dean, Dr. Inesa Yusuf, to say that we may meet in 2022. So,
okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful for the team that I'm working with. They are devoted. They love their faculty. They are devoted to their department. They are doing a very good job. Actually, everybody is envying me for having such a great team. So thank you, Dr. Amal, and thank you, Dr. Fida Muhammad, for all the effort you have done. For Amal Munir, Heba Mustafa, Sarah Francis, Omneya Khalid, and Omar Rabia, I cannot thank you enough. You have been running 5 days of conference. We had 3 days of the faculty and 2 days for the department, and you have been there all the time organizing the 5 days. And thank you very much. I couldn't thank you enough. Hopefully, this is a very good indication that next generation, the youth, the future is always going to be better. For if we have that kind of people working as examples and role models for all other researchers and scholars in the media studies. Thank you very much. Happy New Year, and see you next year, inshallah, hopefully face-to-face, so we can host you in our faculty in Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and see you next year. We can leave. Bye-bye.
Bye.